But okay, so let's do this. Gleam Lang should be live on the YouTube now. Pied Piper, yeah. How long am I running it for? The vote? I mean, there's no limit to the vote. And I still want to look through a couple of the ones that we might have generated while I was sleeping last night. But yeah, these are at least like the finalists so far. I think Willetti's actually out because we found another product. So yeah. Sorry, Willetti. Only 2 hard problems in programming: naming things, off by 1 errors. Oh shit. Naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. See, that right there was a cache miss. So I had a mistake there. Gonna pin stuff? Wait, what do you mean by that? Oh, there you go. Yeah, we can just leave that going. We'll probably do the vote again tomorrow as well. But yeah, good call. Good catch. Yeah, that's a good catch. I like that. Thank you. Hell yeah. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I haven't done any Gleam yet. My instinct was to use something beam based though, right? Because I want to sip from the fire hose, but I want to farm stuff out to other processes without worrying about killing a node process or something, right? We did a little bit of like initial prototyping with Node.js just to see how easy it is. And yeah, you just listen to the WebSocket and you're done. Like it's really simple. Like it's so simple. It's almost like too simple. I mean, right? Like we got some resolver BS, sure. I don't even know if I care about the resolver that much because we can just trust the network. So we might need to look a little bit at what's inside of the fire hose, but I think it's just listening to a WebSocket, and I think we're good at that point. What's up, Unreal? How you doing? But hold on. Let me grab this hoodie real quick. It is a little chilly. All right, so yeah, let's head to the docks. So we need to install Gleam. Then we'd need to add Erlang, sure. And then Rebar 3. What is Rebar 3? It's the Erlang build tool? Okay. I assume that's something that Elixir kind of does under the hood for me. Some troll ruined the Seth Drum stream for you? Like, how so? And yeah, if you don't want to, like, dwell on it, that's fine. Not a big deal. All right, so we'll update Homebrew. Yeah, brew install Gleam. Oh, yeah, for sure code drift, but you probably don't want to do that with me. Like, I'm a little too ban heavy. There you go. Yeah. I would say you can look at mine, but I don't want to, like, enforce it. We've done that with, like, one person. And they were like, dude, yeah, I lost half my chat. Or whatever, right? Oh, I'm real. That's lame. Yeah, I would have just blocked him. Real easy ignore at that point. All right, so we've got Erlang. I feel like it must have been a dependency, and right? Like, yeah, installing Gleam dependency, Erlang and Rebar 3. Why would we have to do that manually? Like, these docs actually just need... They need, like, platform-specific explanations. Saw the whole thing and pretended like it didn't happen? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. He tends to have, like, between, like, 2 and 500 people watching, right? At that level, sometimes you just gotta ignore when people in chat are going after each other. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not big time like that, so I have no idea. Oh, I know. Yeah. Like, but sometimes he just has to consciously ignore it. That does always blow my mind when people can drum and, like, do other things, right? Like dude from the Eagles, Don Henley can sing and drum. Like, dude from Genesis can sing and drum. Like, at the same time, like, that shit blows my mind. That's so insane to me. No, I get that, Umbriel. I get it. If anything, like, he has mods. Mods could have jumped in, too. But yeah, Nervix, I do play guitar. I can't sing and play guitar at the same time, though. Ah, hell no. It breaks my brain. I can't do it. Nah, I just can't. Yeah, it totally breaks my brain. Now, part of it is I do some, like, I don't know, non-standard, like, plucking patterns because I'm a finger picker. But Mark Knopfler can do it, so why can't I? No, it's fine, Umbriel. Like, yeah, you need to get that off your chest. I get it. All right, so I bet there is an extension I need to do. Now, hold on. Is after, like, installing everything, I don't think I want to do the tour. Is there no, like, scaffolding, like, starter project, like boilerplate or anything? Yeah, exactly. Ah, so we can create a project. Yes. All right. So, Gleam, new. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, doing well, Nervix. How about you? We'll call this ATProto Gleam. Sure. Yeah. Underscores only, sure. Ah, shit. I didn't want to do it in this folder, though. Yeah, intense. Like camping. You went snowboarding yesterday? Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, I need to get up there a couple more times this year. It's crazy how quick to, like, over the season is, and we just haven't gotten the powder. Like, yeah, it was kind of a bummer powder year here in Washington. But okay, so we popped that open. In Europe too? Yeah, that's a bummer. Meanwhile, like, the East Coast here in Washington got hit. Or not in Washington, in the US. Sorry. Right? Yeah. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, Stripe basically tries to do everything, and by doing so, it's the best at nothing. You know? right? Like they have a billing system. They have like virtual currency support. They have like marketplace support, like all sorts of stuff, right? Like Stripe Connect or whatever. They've got all these things, but they're just kind of like half-assed. Hunar's saying try V next. Nah, like so VLang. It's basically just like a standard compiled language, right? Like a C++ successor. Inspired by Go, has other influences too. Yeah, so it's just not what I'm looking for. Like I want something like Elixir or Erlang or Gleam based because I want to be doing like process style handling of messages. So the beam is actually like the exact thing I'm looking for. That like VM where it doesn't matter if you're sending a message between two local processes or a process or two processes that are separated by two separate servers within a data center or even separated by like the entire internet. Right? I just want to be able to send it, have it do something, and call it good. So that like level of scalability is going to be huge for me. Yeah, yep, yeah, the bus factor or the lottery factor if you want to be, a little more chill about it. Effect and effect cluster. And you get that with TypeScript? Maybe, but I also want like if something goes wrong, it's just back up and running instead of killing the whole process. And I'm going to need something that's persistent, so like serverless doesn't make sense for this. Because oh, you'd get that with effect? That's the point of it? Okay. I could look into that eventually. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I haven't gotten onto the effect train yet. Again, I don't like being an early adopter for basically anything. I'm giving Gleam a shot just because I want something beam-based and I want some types. But really, we could do that with Elixir and like their eventual typing that they're adding to. This is me just... I've been wanting to look at Gleam for a while, and I feel like it's been around long enough. Whereas like the effect stuff still seems like early hype. And Hunar. Yeah, no, serverless does have like a good use case, but for what we're doing right now, I don't think so because the cost of it would get crazy sipping from the firehose. Whereas instead, I want like I'm okay if my servers can't keep up and I got to add another node or something. That is far easier to manage cost-wise than the potential like serverless build that this would get. No. I get it, Hunar. Yeah. I use serverless for all sorts of stuff, right? Like the Walter API is serverless based. It's AWS Lambda, uses Dynamo, uses SQS, uses a whole bunch of that stuff for sure. But I just think for what I'm building here, I want it to be like self-contained. I don't need infinite scalability. Right? Because I think the firehose will actually be like predictably scalable. Whereas I don't think Walter would be predictably scalable. Like I could add one new customer and then have a million new requests a day, like real quick. Whereas the firehose is going to grow at like a gradual pace just as new users are added. Well, this isn't even a Twitter account. No, how's it going, Rose? What you up to? Probably not Firecracker, Hunar. I was thinking just Fly.io. But yeah, we're not using Go. I want to use something beam based, so it's either going to be Gleam or Elixir. Yeah, maybe Hunar. I want the ease of use. I don't want to orchestrate Firecracker myself. And yeah, Rose, just in case, I am also chatting over on YouTube. It's a much smaller audience over on YouTube, but it's still cool. No, that's what I get, Hunar. I don't want to do the management myself. I want Fly to do that part for me. That was my whole point. Like, I don't want to do the orchestration or management. I want something to just make it work. But yeah, welcome. All right, so I guess first we should install a Gleam extension. What is Outliner? Oh, okay. So it's for like some like sidebar BS. Yeah, I don't care about that. I think we just need the official. Can Gleam build executables? Gleam is on top of Erlang. And theoretically, you can build it, but you're shipping the entire VM with it when you do so. So I would just say, like, if shipping an executable is your goal, I don't think anything Erlang based is actually what you're looking for. The power of anything Erlang based is that you can just add another node and then those nodes talking to each other. And when I say node, I don't mean like Node.js. I just mean two servers communicate as if they were just two processes on the same machine. Doesn't matter how separated they are, it's just latency at that point because it's all message passing. That ability to scale up as needed by just adding another node to the cluster is really valuable to me. It handles all of that orchestration and supervisor BS and like all that. All that is handled for you by the VM without any extra effort. And I find value to that. I'm not an expert with it, but yeah, that's what I really like about Elixir. When you're sending a message between processes, it could be two processes on the same machine, it could be two processes within a cluster, it could be two processes in totally separate data centers, and it just doesn't matter. The only thing that changes is the latency. That is much harder to do with something like Go. Not impossible, but harder. Yeah, it's magical. Yeah, it is. Yeah, really crazily magical. And for this use case, I'm thinking I need that level of magic. Odin Project's great. Yeah, that's a good tool. Yeah, we tend to recommend Free Code Camp, but Odin Project is also a great one. And I would say don't worry about any of that stuff. Um, but yeah, Odin Project's great. Another thing, Rose, that you might consider is 100 devs, just to have like a community to work with while you're learning. So you're 1 year in, so that means that you can go in and you can help other people. And by helping other people out, it makes you better at what you do as well. So I would definitely check out Leon Noel and 100 devs and joining their current cohort. If anything, it's just nice to have that accountability of like having a group to learn with. I think there's a lot of value to that. So ACM, I use a thing called Architect. I don't know if it's the best choice, but it makes some of that AWS Lambda stuff really, really simple. Like it handles setting up the API gateway, the DynamoDB, like all that stuff. Hunar, you're saying there's that one guy pissing everyone off by creating the leak code solver? Eh. Eh. If anything, I hope it brings us back to more practical examples, more practical, like, ways that you can demonstrate your value. All right, let's do some actual pair programming. That sounds way better. But yeah, Rose Beats. Yeah, Leon Noel's great. Such a cool dude. And yeah, he runs 100 devs. They got funded by not Melinda Gates, it's Bezos' ex-wife or whatever. They got like a couple $1 million or something. Right? Just to make sure that he can continue just the whole thing he's doing. So yeah, really cool stuff. Might have just been 1 million, but even then, that's huge. ACM, you were using Amplify. Yeah, I wouldn't use any like AWS made wrapper because yeah, Amplify really pushes you for stuff that you just don't need. I'd say Architect is definitely worth looking into. You could probably do the same thing with Pulumi or SST. Like SST might be what you're looking for as well. I haven't used SST. If I was going to build Walter from scratch, I might opt for SST these days if I didn't already have like my framework around Architect. Oh yeah, for sure, Rose. Yeah, I was a snowboard bum before coding. So my entire like 20s, like at the age of 18, I graduated high school barely, and then I became a snowboard bum. And I went down to Mount Hood for the summer, went back to Stevens Pass for the winter, and I did that for 10 years. And then I got into tech. So yeah, anyone can do it. It just requires effort, and a lot of people don't want to put in the effort. Amplify just wants to increase the invoice. Yes, exactly. I have a 2-year degree, but just remember that degrees don't teach you the knowledge you need to be a dev. They teach you how to find that knowledge yourself, right? So a 2-year degree is even more so that. But in general, degrees aren't there to teach you a skill. They're there to teach you how to teach yourself. All right, so We need to go look at the Gleam package index. Yeah, exactly, Hunar. Hunar made a comment. Any AWS lower level technology is good. Anything that says it will provide a higher level abstraction is generally a money grab, especially if AWS made it. And yeah, we could probably close down a few of these. Let's do that. We're going to skip this song, though. There we go. All right, so the Slackbot thing I want to keep open. Actually, I did want to keep that one open, too. So yeah, we didn't get to close down that much, but I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm a collector of tabs. Oh, good reference there. Oh, what's this dude's name? Shit. Killface or something like that? From Frisky Dingo? Anyone here ever watch Frisky Dingo? It's basically the show that the Archer guy made before Archer. It's a little wild. It was pretty fun. All right, so Stratus here. Let's look at this one. So Stratus versus Gramps. Wait, are they the same person? The same people? Ah, no. Okay, so Alex Manning. Gramps is like under the hood of Stratus. Ah, and then Mist. What is Mist? Right. So a glistening Gleam web server. So if I start using Stratus, technically Gramps is the thing that will be in Mist. So helper data types and functions for WebSockets. Ah, right. I don't think I necessarily need to go low level with Gramps here because all I want is a client. So I'm thinking Stratus is what we end up using. So hold on, wait. Where is that being called? So this is for setting up Mist WebSocket stuff. All right, so Mist might be the main thing I should do first. Oh, and hold on. Hunar has like 400 to 500 tabs across like 7 Arc browser profiles, and then you complain about memory usage. Arc should also be pretty good about backgrounding that stuff, right? Like here, we see inactive tab, 80 megs freed up, 50 megs freed up, right? Chrome should be able to do that for you. I would expect Arc to do the same, but I don't know. Oh, not on Windows? Oh, interesting. All right. I didn't realize that was platform specific. Oh, yeah, no worries, Umbriel. Yeah, it's a solid song. Yeah, it's really good. Yep. There are worse songs to have stuck in your head. I don't think I like the way the routing works. Is Mist really all there is for a web framework for Gleam? Yeah, Ninjatron, you out there? I think you've messed with Gleam a bit, right? Oh, so glare was not what I'm looking for. And yeah, how you doing, Illist? Yeah, let's do this real quick. We're gonna pop all these out. This is a separate working session at the moment. I swear, this time it'll work. That is the proper way to do GitHub workflow iteration. I want to see all the commits on this file now. Sigh. Oops. Yes. Yep. Sounds about right. I swear, this time it'll work. Failure. That's fun. Yeah, exactly, Lightspeed. I mean, with GitHub Actions, it's pretty much required. Just because local GitHub Action development sucks. Yeah, as I'm looking at some of this stuff, Gleam might still be too early. Like, I feel like I'd rather just spin up Elixir for this. And Rose, thank you for that follow. My bad. Yeah, I appreciate the follow. And Pyro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, they just got example files. Let's at least look at some of the source code. So router sits over in here. There's a handle request function it's exporting, and then you're just spinning up the server. Okay. Interesting. So the whole point of this is that you get type safety out of it, right? Okay, so this turns it into the person value. Oh, and this is for creating the thing. So then they just spit it out. Got it. So this is the decoder part. Okay. And that makes sense to me. Wow, this seems very OCaml-like. And very much similar to Elixir, it's got the implicit return. I don't like implicit return. I was kind of hoping it would be closer to like a JS style syntax. Okay. So yeah, that's how you work with JSON there. What about the database stuff then? So wait, why does it put that into the web folder? Like, what is web about that? Hmm. Wow, this is very, very like boilerplate heavy. So if this were an Elixir project, this would basically be the repository at that point, right? So this is the repository pattern. I think it works. It's just a bit boilerplatey. No, this is not the repository pattern. No, so that's basically the endpoint methods. But we go back to here, and the router is just matching path segments. Interesting. So I guess what I'd be curious about next is with Gleam and like their routing logic. How would we want to do like our nested path segments a thing? So then if we passed this to like a handle request inside of another folder, could it like would it have to listen to all of this or would it handle like the nested part too? To where like this would be implied and then it's just the stuff after. It's like you could do like dot dot rest or whatever. Looks to me like you'd still be passing requests to it. All right, so I do think we'll at least give the WebSocket client stuff a try with Gleam. I'm leaning more towards Elixir and Phoenix, though, just because if I wanted to build like a full-on web API for this, I'm going to want better documentation. I'm going to want existing tutorials and things like that. But yeah, we'll fiddle with the Gleam still. But I do have to use the restrooms. Give me just a second. Yeah, I at least want to get the WebSocket server running and listening to the firehose with Gleam just for the sake of like fiddling with it. So, BRB. And grabbed provisions as well. It's 4 o'clock. And I woke up early today. Try and go to sleep early tonight. Oh, that was the end of that album. I'm sorry to leave you in silence. Here we go. You were defeated by your Hono GraphQL tryouts today. Tomorrow is a new day. Yeah, GraphQL is a pain in the ass. I understand the problem it's trying to solve. It's just, I don't know. There's some things I really don't like about it. Like everything being over a post request. There's just something weird and gross about that. And I believe Code Drift is also dealing with some GraphQL nonsense too. So how about this? You got an easy problem on your hands. Do we do Buffalo Trace or Basil Hayden? No, we don't need a poll for it. Yeah, Buffalo Trace works for me. We could also just stick with the Canadian, right? The Pendleton. I'm going to mix some lemonade into it, so it doesn't matter that much. Now, yeah, the poll's not needed. And yeah, Code Drift. The Polyday or whatever. Feel free to use that as well if you want. like, on your own stream or whatever. It was just something I built for myself. Just because I wanted something quick and easy. I used to use a site called, like, Straw Poll Me or whatever. But there was, like, just some usability issues that were annoying. So, like, foo is our question, right? You hit enter, and then, like, you can just tab. And as you, like, foo, bar, right? You can tab through, bat. Yeah, Straw Poll was great back in the day. It just had some, like, usability issues, and it's not that pretty. So instead, yeah, I built Polyday just for fun. It's definitely not perfect, but it's built using Meteor, which is fun, right? Not sure if you ever used Meteor back in the day. All right, there's no login or any of that BS, which is what I like about it. It's just using local storage and like a token or a value. Oh, code drift. I mean, that doesn't matter, right? No, it's just more like you don't have to set a timer. But also you can do multi-select, which I think is like the killer feature Straw Poll had. So then if I create it, right, we get the URL, and then if we go and copy the URL and vote, right, you can select all three if you want. To me, like, yeah, being able to do, it's not ranked choice voting, but multi-choice voting. That's something I really wish Twitch had built in. So yeah, basically Straw Poll Me or this to get that functionality if you need it. The one bug you'll end up having, which I find very strange, is, right, like, if I copy this URL and send it to you, right, go ahead and vote in it. We're not going to see that value update yet, which is annoying. Oh, it did. All right. So it's hit or miss. I think once when you create the poll, that first time you create it as the creator, it's not going to update. But then if you go edit and come back, it does. It's really, really weird that way. Some weird bug with like the Meteor, like mini Mongo connection. But yeah, looks like it's working fine now. Yeah, one of the goals with this was to make like an overlay capable version. So you could theoretically take this results page and plug it into like an overlay for stream, and then it would just like sit in the corner somewhere. Ooh. Ooh. No, because Server Pro, the owner is Unknown Sheep, one of our mods, and they hooked it up. So this tool itself is sponsored by Server Pro. And it's rock fucking solid. I haven't touched this in years. Like years. So yeah, I think they got a great service on their hands. They're mainly like a game hosting service, but yeah, we gave it a shot just to test it. But okay, so a Gleam web server. Let me think about how we want to do this. And I guess, yeah, there's Mist. There's Wisp. There's Arctic. Definitely not Arctic. Glace. Oh, wait a minute. So hold on. Packages.gleam.run is a Wisp project. Oh, that's nifty. Right? And yeah, this dude Rawhat is also a contributor. Okay. All right, so I would say Wisp is probably what we want because this dude, this is the author of Gleam. Yeah, he's actually the maintainer, like the main person. Yeah. I think we're going to go with Wisp just because it seems like the most maintained and documented so far. Yeah, I like it. Now, do they have a good set of docs? See, I think Glace is out because it is very small. Seems like just a hobby project. I like I like this format though. That's kind of nice. I'd almost like this syntax better if you didn't have to pass like Glace dot all over the place. And I would bet right, this returns that instance. Right? So yeah, the Glace builder instance is actually proxied, not proxied, but piped all the way through it. So, like in this example, you could actually just have port, get, and start without like the Glace dot part. I don't know if you'd even need that, Andrew, right? Like instead, if you just had your import, like I don't know if you can do structured imports or like destructured imports. Because if you could do that, then you could just import port, get, and start, and then just call those. But maybe use is the way to do that. That's like a lot more like OCamely than I'm used to, but I think it makes sense. Which also makes sense why Dylan Mulroy likes Gleam so much, because it's very OCamely instead of Ruby like Elixir is. But Zagetz, you wanted to say hello? Think reward yourself with some gaming after the defeat. What game are you gonna play though, real quick? I'm a little curious about that. Oh, PoE. Nice. Yeah, if you ever want to play together, let me know. I've got characters at all levels. I'm waiting for like the new characters to drop because some of those sound fun. Right? Like the druid or whatever they call it. That one will be cool. But yeah, I've got a warrior, like a shouty warrior at oh, that's right. Yeah, PoE 1 or 2. I'm playing PoE 2. Yeah, never mind. Good call. I forgot about that. But yeah, I've got a couple higher level PoE 2 stuff. Right now, one because you don't like the PoE 2 endgame. I get you. It's not terrible. If you're playing with a good group, it's actually really fun. But yeah, they got more work to do for sure. I just like trying out new builds and stuff too. But yeah, the new PoE 1 league makes sense. Yeah. I think they're doing a great job for early access. I just think I'm looking forward to the rest of the story instead of just having to repeat the story twice, you know? But yeah, I've enjoyed it. I got my money's worth out of it for sure. And yeah. Yeah, I just got other characters I want to try and level and try other builds and stuff. But yeah, no worries. Enjoy some PoE 1 and have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. So let me close at least a few of these. We don't need Mist. We don't need Gramps. We might still end up using Stratus inside of Wisp. So we'll leave that open. Glace, we can close. Yeah, let me zoom in so you guys can read along with me. And yeah, what you up to, Sonic? Right. So yeah, their database stuff. What database were they using in their examples? Tiny database, which is actually just coming from this project. All right, so hold on. How do you do a... What database system would we want to use? We could start out with SQLite. All right, so an SQL query builder for Gleam for SQL dialects. That means Postgres, SQLite, MariaDB, and MySQL. Okay, so this is just a query builder. Which then means you would end up needing some other migration tools and blah, blah, blah. Ugh. Oh, that was the wrong button. There we go. So then, yeah, migrations end up being their own special thing. Yeah. Yeah, for the example code we're making today, Gleam will be fine. We'll probably just end up rebuilding this into an Elixir project here eventually. Because I still think the beam is what I want to run on. I wouldn't mind looking at effect and effect cluster as well, though. But yeah, let's just continue down the beam path for now. Which means I probably don't care about a proper database, and we could use their adapter anyway. What I think I'm finding interesting about Gleam is it looks like you can just nest packages within packages just fine. Like if we go look at source here, hold on, no, in gleam.toml, right? Like a package can live anywhere, even within the same repo. So like monorepo stuff becomes very simple. I think I kind of like that. What's up, Alexity? How you doing? Soy Chris. We want to stick with English only, though. Sorry. I'm doing well. Yeah, this is my first like look at Gleam. Like, I've seen some people post stuff up to, various social media, but I've never actually like really looked at it. And yeah, it looks a lot like OCaml to me. So yeah, we're just taking our sweet time because reasons. Like it's fine. Wait a minute. So it looks like Wisp uses Mist under the hood anyway? Huh. I don't think I realized that. Oh. Huh. Yes, it runs on the Beam VM, and yes, it is. It's like a compiler to Erlang, rather than being like a language extension, like Elixir is. Right? Like Elixir doesn't compile to Erlang. Elixir compiles to like Beam VM instructions. Whereas I believe Gleam is actually a compile to Erlang, which then compiles to Beam VM instructions. So that's a little like, it's just a different approach, which is interesting. But it makes me think that Gleam will never be faster than Erlang at anything because it has to proxy to it. Whereas Elixir manages to be faster than Erlang in some like micro benchmarks, which is crazy. Or at least it used to be. I don't know if that still holds true. Interesting. So yeah, the limiting factor will always be the Beam VM. Yeah, it absolutely. But I do think it's kind of magical that Elixir, while being like Erlang based and having full interoperability, still manages to like outperform raw Erlang. Like that's really rare, you know, to have a language that is meant to interop but ends up being faster in like some very specific cases. That's weird, you know? Whereas I don't think Gleam will ever be able to be faster than Erlang because it's just compiling to Erlang. And really, those micro benchmarks don't matter. Just keep that in mind. Interop is historically slow and hard to optimize. I mean, for Java languages, it isn't. For anything with a VM that they're like interoping with, it's actually not that big a deal, right? So Java doesn't have that problem because of the VM. Erlang and Elixir don't have that problem because of the VM. So, like, when we say interop, it's not the same thing as doing, like, FFI or any of that kind of nonsense. Because it's all VM-based. It becomes a VM concern. And keep in mind, I'm not, like, some huge expert about this stuff. I'm trying to understand it while talking through it. So anyone that, you know, theoretically knows more, that would make sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Yep. Yeah, and I'm not getting that deep into it either. Like I only understand it from a surface level, for sure. But okay, so Gleam Wisp. Did I install these things? I installed Mist, Gleam Erlang, Gleam HTTP, all those. I think instead Wisp is what we're going to want to do. Walter rewrite in Gleam? No. Walter is fundamentally like serverless. I personally don't think anything VM based will ever be good serverless, right? Due to cold start times and shipping code that you don't need. If I was really concerned with performance and cold starts, I'd rewrite Walter into Rust. But we're not going to do that. I think for this thing I'm trying to do with Gleam and the eventual like product I want to build out of like our discovery today, that would all just fundamentally be more predictable scale-wise. Whereas Walter needs to be able to handle basically any scale. And unpredictable scale as well, right? Like adding a new customer to Walter could add millions of requests per day. Meanwhile, for this like Gleam stuff I'm looking at, adding a new customer to this would just be one other keyword I look for from the web, like the WebSocket, like firehose, you know? So it's a much more predictable like scaling concern. I can just add another like node to the cluster and start handling like more parsing for various like keywords and stuff. But the cost would not go through the roof, right? And that's the goal, at least with what I'm looking at right now. The basic idea is I want to use what I'm going to build eventually for this like ATProto firehose thing. I want to build that into a little like micro SaaS or a micro product that would consume Walter and dog food like that functionality so that I can actually know if I'm building something useful. So CloudStrider, basically the firehose for ATProto is just a WebSocket. And I'm just listening to their WebSocket sending out these socket events. At that point, the scale of that WebSocket is just the amount of people posting to Blue Sky, right? That's actually going to be more linear and predictable than all sorts of stuff. So that scale is going to be really simple. And then as far as like what I need to do for parsing each message, I'm going to have customers that have keywords they want to listen for. Those keywords are also just a predictable scale because it's just basically a regular expression or even just a direct index of kind of like call. So those things are also like really predictable. Like basically the API for this thing I want to build, it's going to be the simple like REST stuff of just building the dashboard. I'm not needing to build an API that other people need to hit from elsewhere. Whereas Walter, my other product that I want to dog food, it is an API that people need to hit from their services. And that is unpredictable. So that, I think, is a much better use case for serverless because I can't predict the spikes in usage, etc. The spikes for sipping from ATProto to notify people when they get mentioned, that's easy. That's not bad at all. Like, those spikes are going to be really manageable. At least as far as I'm concerned. I could be wrong. Oh, interesting. And CloudStrider, like those cold starts aren't going to be that big a deal anyway. Like, if you've looked at the max day stuff, right? The difference between, I think LLRT is Node.js, right? Sure, 150 milliseconds versus, I don't know, what could be better. Meh. Like 100 milliseconds for a payment endpoint is fine. Now, this is not necessarily for payment. This is like usage instead, so it's not payment. But yeah, like, I don't know, similar. And then hot start times, like, dude, Node.js kills it hot start time wise. So it's not even that light speed. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the coolest like visualizations of some of this stuff. And yeah, because the endpoint they'd be hitting would be the same endpoint everyone's hitting, I don't expect to have that many cold starts. Like, sure, you'll get them every once in a while, but it shouldn't be that big a deal. And if we're able to use LLRT, like, it's even better. That part I'm less sure of. What I would be able to do maybe is identify the endpoints that are hitting cold starts the most and getting hit the most, and I could just rewrite those individual endpoints in Rust or something. Because the way Architect is written, that might not be that big a deal. But again, I'm not sure. Keep in mind, nobody has paid me before to do major architectural decisions like this. I've been on the front end where it's just, yeah, you ship it to the CDN and you're good. A lot of this like knowledge or a lot of these comments I'm making are purely theoretical until I hit that point. The main reason I'm picking Lambda is so I can scale to 0. Right? The infinite scalability sounds nice, but scaling to 0 is like the main selling point for me. And I know it's not literally infinite, but yeah. So, I mean, yeah, your deployment team might be concerned about predictable billing, which I think is a very valid concern. Yeah, I like the idea of serverless because I want to launch a bunch of stuff, right, indie hacker wise, but I don't want to pay for it if I'm not using it. And I'm not at Levels.io, like his level, because he hosts pretty much everything on like one main machine. You know, like Remote OK and a bunch of his other stuff just runs off one beefy fucking server. I believe his like plane simulation thing is also running on that same server. So Mini Scruff, I plan on running what we're talking about here on fly.io, but at least one of those nodes or one of those VMs will have to be always active because it's going to be sipping from the firehose. So that node will never turn off. But I still want predictable pricing. But then I can add and spin up and kill a bunch of other micro VMs as I need to like process messages. So that would be my goal. I want to listen to the firehose, send every message off to some server and then fan out for every keyword I need to listen for. That's my main idea, but without having to be like fully serverless, because that could get really expensive really quick. Yep. Yeah. And that's why I'm looking at Beam VM, right? Like anything like Beam based, like Erlang, Elixir, Gleam, because adding another node to that cluster is very like straightforward. And yeah, RabbitMQ. I believe that's written on Erlang. Let me double check that just to be sure. Yep, Erlang. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense that like Fly.io would be like would have some really good interaction with Rabbit, right? Wait, Ryak is also Erlang? I didn't know that. I remember looking into Ryak ages ago when I was like, like what the hell is NoSQL? But I never used it for anything. As far as I understood, Ryak was basically like a Redis competitor. Is that accurate? I just think Redis ended up winning out because it's so much easier to just like spin up and host because it's a single executable. Oh, it's more Mongo than Redis? Really? I haven't looked at Ryak for ages. So it's a key value store. No, so I'm talking about like at least back then. Right? Like back when NoSQL was still new and everyone was like just sipping from the DynamoDB white paper firehose, basically, right? Yeah, Redis is Memcache++. It seems to me like Ryak is trying to aim for that same thing with the whole like key value data store thing, though, right? So yeah, Ryak implements the same principles as Amazon's Dynamo white paper, right? The Dynamo paper has influenced so much of the world that I don't think people even realize that it inspired Redis and like all this stuff. I remember reading it, I don't know, at one point, probably in like 2012 or something. And it just makes a lot of sense, when you consider how much effort devs have to put into understanding how to write good performant SQL. When for the most part, a lot of the stuff we do is just key value. All right, and how you scale a database that's just key value stores. Yeah, the Dynamo white papers, yeah, like I'd say it's required reading for anyone that wants to really understand developer experience versus like cap theorem. Because before this, it was just SQL and having to deal with like denormalized databases, right? Like, or normalized databases. I forget which is which. The migration was very sketchy. Yeah, you have to do a lot of like you have to have like safe fallbacks for if the values aren't there and you update things on the fly. It's a lot of like upsert style logic. Yeah, normalization is the act of like splitting it out into like separate stuff, right? Yeah. Denormalized is basically like Dynamo where like you do the single table design. So I would say SQL is really important, right? Exactly, crane. But yeah, there's like certain data that you just don't need to care about, right? Like in a lot of cases, you don't need to care about what table it's coming from. You just need to look it up by a key and be done, right? Because you're just looking for that one thing. Like relational data is really important. Not restraints, but constraints, right? But normalization is more about optimizing for storage space than anything. When you're dealing with terabytes of data, right? Normalizing your data properly can save you terabytes of data. So CloudStrader, when you're talking about the cost, you mean like normalizing data after you have it? Or do you mean like the cost CPU-wise for like doing those joins and stuff? I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by cost. It's for referential integrity? Yeah. I'd say those two things go hand in hand, but yeah. CPU-wise to host the data? I mean, let me put it this way. My mom worked at Microsoft doing like optimizing business queries. Stuff where you're working with millions, hundreds of millions of records. And giving the business people the analytics they need to make informed decisions about all sorts of weird shit. She was taking queries that one person wrote just to like get the data that would take days to run, and she'd optimize them down to the order of hours instead. Like, we're talking that much data. And in many cases, the key was, no subqueries, everything must be a join. Because subqueries become this like black box that the query optimizer can't see through. So it can only optimize what's outside the box and what's inside the box, but never as a whole cohesive unit. If you do joins, then the query optimizer can do some crazy shit for you. So yeah, she's a DB wizard. On such a higher level than I'll ever be. But because she's my mom, and I took a database design course, I got to actually do some database design stuff and have her critique it, and I got to learn a shitload. So I'm really I'm lucky that way. I got programmer parents, so I lucked out. How much query optimization do you get with an ORM, if any? So ORMs are typically really bad. But the thing to remember about an ORM is you can always bail out. You can always just create an ad hoc function that has the query that, the SQL that you actually want it to do. So ORMs are definitely a problem, but the key is to recognize that the ORM helps you write other stuff quicker. And then when you actually need the performance, you can bail out. In the same way that if you've got some GraphQL bullshit that's chewing up, right? It's like thrashing your CPU. Well, yeah, you can just create some ad hoc REST endpoint for that data instead of making everything go through GraphQL. And I've said this to some people at a meetup before, and it's like, dude, you could see the explosion go off in their head of ideas. Like, oh, wait, you mean I don't have to use GraphQL for everything? I could just create a REST endpoint that grabs that data and fetch it out of band from the GraphQL stuff. Oh my God. When to bail out? Yes, right? Like premature optimization. You don't optimize ahead of time. You identify the bottleneck and then you bail out. But the key is you were able to write the other shit so much quicker that you're able to get to the point of optimizing quicker too. So yeah, like it's about avoiding premature optimization. That's what ORMs are good for. That's what GraphQL is good for. The moment you find that bottleneck, yeah, you don't have to fucking punish the thing into doing what you want. You can just bail out and do it in a better way for that one specific thing. And I think there's a lot of value to that. I think it was just really cool seeing this guy's eyes like just widen when realizing, like, yeah, dude, not everything has to go through your GraphQL endpoint. You can just set up a GET request for that thing that takes way too long because the leaf nodes are all disconnected and GraphQL basically makes it an N+1 query. The value is in getting all your other shit done so you have time to do that bailout, rather than architecting everything perfectly from the start. I'll point out, I don't use ORMs. I use query builders. I find more value in a query builder. Even then, a query builder can still write some really inefficient queries, at which point you might just bail out to a raw SQL query instead. So CloudStrider, I still opt for query builders in the repository pattern. I think that's like the golden scenario for me. I don't ever want to do an ORM where I have to like modify the thing and then do like a .save or something like that. I find that stuff really gross. But query builders will still make mistakes in how they create that query, at which point you can just bail out and write the raw SQL. So yeah, I find a lot of value to the repository pattern, even though it is a little more boilerplate. Mm-hmm. Yep, for sure. And if a lot of this is going over some people's heads, just remember, a lot of this stuff is just jargon. Once you learn the jargon, it becomes way simpler. So don't feel bad if you're feeling left out. It just means you got some cool stuff to learn. And that's the fun part. But yeah, let me get some more music going. Hold up. Wait. The name of this PDF file is Microsoft Word SOSP067 decandia.doc. That's some legacy shit. Right there, like, damn. Good old 2007. But yeah, one more time just to paste it because I think the Dynamo paper is really interesting. If you're looking for another really fun, interesting read, there's also the Elm white paper by Evan Shaplicki. Concurrent FRP for functional GUIs. You might start reading this, right? Oh, hold on. We're in an ad break. We'll give it a sec. We'll chill. We can take a minute. Because I think what I'm about to say is going to be really important for even beginners, right? You don't need to understand all this stuff. So let's just give it a sec. Hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, so the ad should be done for anyone on Twitch. Basically, this paper right here is the like senior thesis by the person that wrote Elm, which is a programming language. Concurrent FRP, which is functional reactive programming for functional GUIs. When you start reading this, and it's not that long of a read, right? It's just his final thesis. It's 47 pages, but half of that is citations. Not half of that. A chunk of that is citations. As you start reading this, you might really start to like think React, right? React and Redux and all that shit. And you'd be right. React and its entire architecture, the top-down data flow, right? Flux is what they call it. That is taken directly from this white paper. So Elm and Evan Czaplicki were massive influences on React even being created. Yep. Now, I hate Elm's syntax, but the ideas in this paper are really important and worth understanding because it influenced pretty much all of what we have with like the top-down data flow. And Bubble Tea even has that in their README. I would bet. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude, this dude, Evan Czaplicki, I hope I'm saying his name right, has influenced the web dev world more than pretty much any web dev will ever recognize. Except y'all, because you're here. So yeah, right? Those are my two favorite white papers ever written. Like reading that Elm white paper, I wanted to be a game dev back when I read it. And it still massively clicked. Because, yeah, in game dev, you don't need to have these objects with all this crazy state. Right? You can just have a function that does some stuff. It's really, really cool. And then if you really do like stop to think about it, the, what is it? Entity relationship, ERD, right? No, not ERD. Shit. What am I thinking of? What's like the game thing? ECS, entity container, yes. Yeah. System, entity container system. ECS is heavily built upon the same idea, where you don't need to have an object store all of any entity component system. That's it, not container component. You don't need to have this object contain all of its state. You can simply have that state live in this larger tree and just apply that stuff via functions. Like, yeah, ECS has massive roots in the same basic like functional ideas. It's really, really cool. Sergeant Pepper, you mean the joke like white papers? Is there a better term? I'll start using it. Because again, if there's even one person offended and you can do just the smallest bit of effort to not offend them, I mean, why wouldn't you? All right, it's like the master main thing. It doesn't affect your life to just switch to main. But at least one person in the world might feel better because of it. Why wouldn't you do it? I mean, less typing. That makes sense. Sure. Academic paper. I like that. Yeah, I think that's a better term anyway. Sure. Goat papers. I mean, some of them are goat papers, right? That determines if it's a good paper or not, though, right? There are definitely some academic papers that are not goat papers. Yeah, right? Some bad academic papers are just toilet papers. Yeah, most papers are bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, a bad academic paper is just a toilet paper. Yeah. 3-ply? 3-ply? If you haven't watched it yet, you should definitely watch Twisted Metal, the TV show. There's like that's the best bit in the entire show, but I had fun watching the whole thing anyway. But basically, he says a thing like, "Oh my god, it's so nice being here. You guys got 2-ply toilet paper." She's like, "I think I can give you something better than 2-ply toilet paper." And he's like, "3-ply?" Like the look on his face is so pure. 3-ply? Like, it's just so good. Yeah, it's a good fun show. Like it manages to have a sense of humor, it manages to have some good action, it manages to be just fun and like you care about the characters a bit. Yeah, I actually really liked it. There were episodes that were a miss. There's moments that are a miss, but in general, it's a fun show. I am out of water, so let me go pour some more water real quick. I'll be right back. Give me just a sec. And yeah, we're gonna actually start hammering out some code. I know, I'm taking my sweet ass time, aren't I? All right, and I'm back. All right, so let's look at what we're doing. Let me pour the rest of this. Let me eat some crackers. And yeah, Crane Canada, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And Polymathic Man, I just realized that was a sub. Thank you for the sub, dude. Sorry, need to get some crackers in my belly because the beverages, they do a flow. All right, so we're going to grab the Hello World stuff just because. All right, so we're going to add Wisp. Wow, that's fast. I was like prepared to like wait and pour another beverage, but nope, that was quick. Yeah. Right? Like adding a new package was that quick. Give me Node.js back so I can actually like relax for a second or two. You know? These slow languages are actually just good for our mental health. No chill, just code. Right? I know, right? Like, come on, Mini Scruff. Yep. Yeah, integration test runs. Like, you'll just run the integration test just for the sake of having an excuse to get up, right? I don't actually need to run tests. I didn't change anything, but you know what? I do have to pee. Test run. Boom. I'm kidding, by the way. Come on. I mean, if you work at Google, they're definitely tracking your screen time. So, yeah, you almost need to do stuff like that. Crispy, no, this is my first time. I've never done Gleam. I've done Elixir, so it counts. But it's different. All right, so yeah, some of this stuff makes sense. So then, yeah, we launch this up, right? Like, we've got the server that we're starting there. We also then want to do this. Yeah, sleep forever. Yeah. Oh, no, I get it there. If you do like a slash S, like you were making a joke like, oh, I had this stuff, like, I had it cached. I get it. See, so like we don't even get a timer on that one because it was already there. So the fact that you saw the timing, right? Obviously, I'm not cheating. Gleam is Beam. Yes, so basically Gleam compiles to Erlang. Elixir compiles directly to Beam. The big difference there is that Elixir manages to be faster than Erlang for some very like specific micro benchmarks. Beam is the virtual machine behind Elixir and Erlang. So in the same way that Java, right? Java, shit, I'm spacing on like other Java languages. Java, Kotlin. What are some other ones? Shit. There's like one that starts with an S, I think. Scala, that's it. Yeah. Thank you, Iron. Appreciate that. So yeah, basically all those like Java VM languages compile down to a bytecode that runs on the virtual machine. It's the same way with Beam. Groovy! I always forget about Groovy, which is a shame because it's definitely one of the cooler names. Wait. Clojure is a Java language? I didn't know that. I thought Clojure was its own thing. Clojure is JVM. I did not know that. Okay. I really didn't know that. Huh. Lisp for the JVM. No, that makes sense. I knew it was Lisp. I didn't realize that it ran on the JVM though. I thought it was its own self-contained thing. Interesting. Okay. See, I find that interesting because Gary Bernhardt speaks very highly of Clojure in a lot of like the stuff he does. But he's also like very into understanding registers and like low-level stuff that you won't get access to with the JVM. So that's crazy to me. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Okay. Can I just brag a little bit? Gary Bernhardt goes to Seattle JS these days. Not every time. Definitely one of the smartest dudes I've ever met. And like conscientious too, which is super cool. All right, so I do want to install Stratus. Like, here's the best way I can phrase it. Like, we were talking, like, random startup stuff. And was like, yeah, you know what? You can just launch a startup and then hopefully someone buys you out and then you can just move on to some other thing. And he was like, yeah, but what about your users? You know, like, you don't just want to abandon your users. It said, like, I don't know, like the way he spoke about some of that stuff. Like, I was definitely being a little facetious about, like, yeah, just get that cash grab. And no, he's still just, like, very, like, user focused. Like, just, I don't know. Very cool of him. Because it is such, like, a startup mentality to just, like, I'm just looking for that exit so I can make another thing. So I can live that sweet life. But Gary just, like, I don't know, he, like, cares about things in a way that is rare in this day and age. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Like, he just cares in ways that you don't find that often. And in ways that I don't always espouse. But, man, it's really nice to have someone, like, not in a mean way, but call you out for that. Like, if I ever have a startup worth anything, I want him on the board. For sure. Whatever it takes. I want him on the board. Newman? No, not Gary Newman. Not here in my car. You didn't even spell Newman right. Right? Gary Newman is Neuman. Come on, man. Oh, wait. Did I mix them up? Shit. Hold on. Who's the guy that did Here in My Car? Oh, shit. Okay, so it's Neuman. I thought it was Neuman. So I was wrong too. Shit. But then, hold on. Who's the guy that did Short People? Is that also Gary Newman? Randy Newman. Totally different Newman. All right. There's too many Newmans. So there's Gary Newman and Gary Oldman. Very different people, but have you ever seen them in the same room at the same time? Hold on. Yeah. No, Randy Newman's a different thing. Yeah, for sure. Gary with two R's? Wait, who's Gary with two R's? Wait, really? That's fucking insane to me, actually. It makes sense. I get it, right? Because yeah, like Gary Oldman was young enough to play, what was it, Sid Vicious in Sid and Nancy? Touche. All right, I get it. And Gary Newman had already recorded his magnum opus before that. So that's interesting to me. Huh. He basically was. He basically was. Only about 2 weeks older. Okay, so now that's just something the deep state wants us to think, right? I'm kidding, by the way. I'm sorry. Bad joke. Bad joke. Okay, so Stratus. We installed Stratus. No, not yet. Gleam, add. .37. I guess a big part of it is that we already had most of this stuff downloaded, like the dependencies that it has. Whereas with Node, we'd have to download like 100 other packages. So that's a little tougher. Hiya, hee. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Okay, hold on. We need repeatedly. I don't know if we need logging. What the hell is burl? It's like a binary thing, right? Oh, it's a timestamp thing. Yeah, I don't think we need burl. We do need repeatedly, maybe? No, we don't. We don't need repeatedly either. And okay, hold on. Not in the mod space, but neat. Oh, the Minecraft stuff. Okay, yeah. Okay. So yeah, once a name. What was your like comment about Gary with the 2 R's? Gary Newman with 2 R's. Who is that? Oh, he's a game designer. I have not heard of him. Oh. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Once a name. I never even heard of him. Oh, it's the guy behind Gary's mod. Oh. Oh. Okay. I was actually going to make a Gary's mod reference, but I didn't know that was actually it. So Gary's Mod, Rust. That's cool. Okay. He was a PHP and front-end web developer for a group of dating websites. He worked at Match.com then, right? Plenty of Fish, maybe? Where the fuck is Wolverhampton? Ah, it's near Birmingham. Oh, nifty. Dude, it's actually crazy to me how dense England actually is. I mean, it makes sense when you're limited to that island. I'm surprised this isn't denser. But yeah, it's kind of crazy how dense England is. Could have been a yeah, touche there, Polymathic. Yeah. Even Ireland is like really kind of dense when you look at the highways and all this stuff. I mean, it's kind of a small island. But yeah, once you get up towards like the northern parts of Scotland, like, dude, really not dense. Now that I'm seeing this map, some of the jokes from Black Books are making a lot more sense. Oh, it's just a quick jiffy up to Aberdeen. Ham. Lots of ham. Can I locate Portugal? Yeah. It's right there. No, I definitely, given the borders, I would have found it. Even without the labels. But I do need, like, the country borders to find it. Now, a bunch of these countries I would not get very easily. I live in Washington State. It's basically Canadian. If you asked me to name like any of these countries, there's no way in hell. Right? Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Serbia, Romania, Moldova. Nope. All the same. El Salvador? I mean, I know it's in South America. Ish? Maybe? Nope, I guess I'm wrong. Is it Central America? I'm not sure where El Salvador is, actually. I could have sworn it was over in this, like, area a bit. Ah, here it is. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't have been able to find it between Honduras and El Salvador. Like, Nicaragua, Let me put it this way. I thought Costa Rica was an island. Yeah, I actually thought Costa Rica was an island. So, whatever. You know, it happens. I know Cuba. I knew Cuba's an island because, yeah, the Cuban Triangle, right? Not Cuban Triangle. It's Bermuda Triangle involves Cuba, right? Pretty sure. Now, I've known Cuba's been an island for a long time because, like, even if you watch movies like, Like there's the Cuban Missile Crisis that was in that one X-Men movie. They show a map of it in the film. Yeah, exactly, Sonic. Like, yeah, I totally thought Costa Rica was an island. I thought that until just now, though. Right? Shit. That's not good. I even have family that's been there. I don't know. I wouldn't go. Way too hot. Fuck that. Tropical? Ugh. No, thank you. It's not for me. Anything hotter than like 70 degrees, I don't want to be there. I want nothing to do with it. But let me get some more music going. Hold on. Let's give a new album a try. Could be a miss. That's fine, Cloud Strider. I can do that with seagulls. Damn it, they got singing on this album? That's a big no. That's a definite no. Let's try this album. New attempt. Oh, God, only 3 songs because it's a pre-release? Fuck that. All right, whatever. Let's try this one. Ollie Ride. Seagulls are assholes. Yeah, they're just rats with feathers. For sure. They're worse than pigeons. Ooh, this has a chance. As long as they don't start singing. That's it. Nope. Get out of here. They just had to go and ruin it with the singing. But okay, let's continue with trying to listen to this WebSocket. How do I feel about quail? I don't know. I've never eaten it. I feel a little bit of an affinity because of the TV show Doug. Right? Quailman will save us. Right after he finishes listening to the new Beats album. I mean, Skeeter's the best, right? Skeeter's the best. Oh, you actually have quail? Oh, that's cool. Are they for eating? Or are you like a conservationist and like quail are endangered or something? Falcons love quail. Are we talking about Dan Quayle? All right, so let builder equal. Wait, what do the Atlanta Falcons have to do with this? When they win a game, do they eat a bunch of quail or something? Ooh, is that where we're getting requests from? It is. Nice. All right, so the extension, right? The VS Code extension nails it. Huh. Yeah, I've never had a quail egg. Yeah, I'd be actually really curious. All right, so for some reason we can't bring Stratus in. No, that makes a lot of sense, Crispy. Like, no, that sounds cool. Right? Isn't like the deep burning desire of every programmer to become a farmer? So you're already doing it. You're already there, man. Me personally, I'm too lazy for farming. But I do want to grow some like herbs and vegetables, but like small garden, not like farm style. The guy from Microsoft is a goose farmer? Wait, which guy from Microsoft? Yeah, right. Like to get back to your roots until you realize how much work farming is, how expensive farming equipment is. Dude, that Quipmunk is just brutal. Not even for a living, but just like doing it, you know? You relate to the farmer in Interstellar, but there are holes in that plot. Yeah. Please don't judge me. I still haven't seen Interstellar. I did read the entire spoiler on themoviespoiler.com or whatever. Because I don't get much chance to watch like a full film like that. If it ever happens to end up on something like Tubi TV, then I'll watch it. Until it's on Tubi TV, I'm not going to be able to see it. Yeah, no, I read the entire spoiler. I read the entire like plot synopsis and like the major points and all that stuff. Like for sure. But yeah, I don't see new films until they're on Tubi TV or Pluto or any of those sites. It's never going to be on Tubi. I mean, you'd be surprised. Memento made it. I think Inception's even been on there at one point. Feng, is it Yan? Wan? Feng Wan? I don't know how to pronounce that name. I believe it's Chinese, but I don't know the pronunciation. I think it's Wan. Peng Wan. But I could be wrong. But fired for low performance after 22 years as principal engineer, became a goose farmer. Sure. Yuan. Oh, is that the way to pronounce that? Yuan. Okay. See, I thought the currency was pronounced won. So I've had that wrong for years, too. Shit. Yeah, I've had that wrong for way too long. And it rhymes, so you know it's true. Yeah, I thought it was the Yuan dynasty. I thought that was actually the pronunciation of that. So I've had that wrong for too long. I think it's actually been mispronounced in pop culture for a long time. I've never heard it pronounced as the Yuan dynasty. I've heard it pronounced as the Yuan dynasty. Like, that's where that entire, like, me being wrong stems from. I swear I've heard someone pronounce it as the Yuan dynasty. I don't know where I heard it, and I couldn't give you a source, but I swear I remember, like, quotes. I can almost, like, hear the person saying it, but I can't remember the accent or the tone. Oh, so it may be like a dialect thing, right? Like, one might be Cantonese, one might be Mandarin, or, you know, something else. I could see that being a difference there. Cloud Strider, are you making like Avatar: The Last Airbender like reference at this point? That sounds like an Avatar reference. All right, so something seems up. This is just yet another problem I have with being an early adopter of things like this. This doesn't even seem accurate now. Right? The fact that Stratus here is complaining about .WebSocket not being a thing, even though the Stratus docs say so. This is usually where I nope out of early adopting a thing. Like, if their docs aren't even accurate. What the fuck, man? Wait, hold on. Where do you see that? Nah, you're just seeing, like, the block. Right? Like the, yeah, squiggles on empty space. Nah, that's a different thing. That's just the block being wrong. This is the first issue we've run into with it so far. It squiggles all the way down. Yeah, for sure. Dude, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, Stratus does not have a WebSocket value. but it does. Is there a better way to import? I think this is where I bail. Nah, we're just too early on Gleam. Like, what the fuck, dude? Hello from Stratus, goodbye from CM Griffin. Like, nah, man. Like, early adoption sucks, dude. I just want to build stuff. No, I don't. I definitely don't. I hate being an early adopter. I hate being an early adopter in almost every single case. It's the worst. I learned Rust before Tokyo. I liked Rust before Tokyo. Now I just don't get some of it. Like, I don't understand the async wait pattern for Rust now. I would happily take a little cost abstraction over a zero cost abstraction that fucking sucks. And Tokyo and the async await built on top of it, that abstraction fucking sucks. It really does. It's just a shit abstraction. I would take a little bit of extra runtime overhead just to have a better DevX, personally. We could have had Eventual. Eventual could have been the one true async await implementation. But instead, Futures RS took hold because zero cost abstractions. Fuck, dude. You traded developer experience for some bullshit, like zero overhead, whatever. Yeah, zero overhead at the runtime, infinite overhead at dev time. Like, in my head. Yeah, dude, I went to the first Rust conference. I went to the very first Rust conference, and they had a Tokyo Hack Night. And I had to rewrite, or not, I didn't have to, but I ended up rewriting an async await implementation that was just a simple macro around eventual. And I rewrote that into Tokyo, and it fucking sucked. Dude, it's the worst. Look at how they massacred my boy. If Tech Savvy Travie wants to make Rust better, he needs to go back to Eventual and make that the async await abstraction. No more worrying about some Tokyo reactor bullshit. Just use threads. Use a process. Fuck it. It's a better abstraction if it only takes a little bit of extra overhead. Eventual was the better abstraction for developer productivity. I went to that Tokyo Hack Night for the very first Rust conference, and I wasn't sold then, and I'm still not sold now. That said, I may have overdone it that night, and then the next day at the actual conference, I was the hungover dude on the couch outside of the conference, passed out. Hotel people came up and were like, "Hey man, what are you doing here?" I was like, "I'm part of the conference, but I got such a hangover." And they were like, "All right, we get it. Have a good day." But I'm almost willing to bet I was at least a meme for a good portion of that year after that conference. Hey, anyone else remember the guy that was passed out on that couch? Yeah, that was me. No, I was drinking bourbon, but I didn't drink that much bourbon back then. This was 2016. I was massive lightweight. Like, massive lightweight. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, threads are infinitely easier to reason about. The thing I could see being a difference is, well, what if you just want to make a single threaded application? Well, then could you use some green threading library to feed like the thread implementation to an async await runtime? And then you got the same thing as Tokyo, but with just the overhead of threads rather than dealing with like the run loop. Close enough, and it's fine. I don't know, man. Yeah, I feel like Rust really lost the plot when it went all in on like Futures RS instead of Eventual. So Cloud Strider. Ooh, hold on. Maybe you don't know this. Rust actually used to have green threading built into the core just like Go. It actually used to have it, and then they put a lot of effort to rip that shit out so that the community could find a better abstraction. And then they landed on Tokyo. Yeah, Rust actually started out as a Go competitor. But they realized that they couldn't compete with Go because Go and their like ease of use and like simple threading model, like using Go routines, they couldn't beat it. Now you can build Go routines on top of Rust. You can totally do that. There are ways to do that. Absolutely. You can absolutely do channels using all that stuff. I made a talk back in 2016 about this. Now, keep in mind, I'm not the best at any of this shit, but it was actually understandable back then. Hold on. Rust. Rust concurrency talk. Dude, I gave this talk, right? 9 years ago. Oh, we got an ad? All right. We'll wait. Hold on. I got to go pee, so I'll be right back. I'll paste the link for you, though. BRB. Give me a sec. And I'm back. You owe me something? Nah, you don't owe me shit. I don't give a fuck. Nah, we're chilling. But, hold on. Yeah. The Concurrent State of Rust is a talk I gave in 2016 at the Seattle Rust meetup. Right? So yeah, some setup. We got our like operation that we want to set up. It does some bullshit. Right? Here's a quick test of it. Doing the operation, etc. The standard library, send and sync. I gave a little talk about that. I gave a talk about threads and sharing data using Arc and Mutex, right? Joining threads and all that bullshit. Right? Channels, which are things that are actually like really like simple, right? Like the standard sync MPSC, like multi-provider single consumer channel. Yeah, channels actually exist in the core, or at least they used to. They could have changed it. I don't remember. But then let's look at some other libraries like Crossbeam or some others like Simple Parallel and Syncbox, right? One thing you might recognize is some of these common names. Right? Like Carl Lersch or A. Turon. I believe it's Aaron Turon. Aaron Turon, I believe, is the guy behind Futures RS. I could have that wrong. But then let's look at coroutines, basically like Go routines, green threading, etc. There's MyoCo, there's Co.io, there's Coroutine RS, and they basically just end up looking a bit like this. And this is very similar to some of the Go code you might write to do that. So yeah, you can totally do channels in a Rust syntax using Rust libraries back in 2015, 2016, no problem. Then futures, yeah, well, they used to be in the standard library, and they put a lot of effort into extracting futures out of the standard library to find a better abstraction. Eventual and Futures RS, okay, so Futures RS was Alex Crichton, not something Turon. But I believe A. Turon was a contributor. I could have that wrong. But A. Turon, like a bunch of these names you'll see when you research Rust in any significant way. Some of these people are like the OGs of libraries for Rust. And Carl Lersch made Eventual, and Eventual was just such a better abstraction. So here we go. Yeah, we can do future spawn and like the thing we want to do and hello world and join it together and bam. Right? John Who is also huge, Hunar. Absolutely. So then we keep going, right? There were promises, right? This is a single threaded thing working very much like Node.js, and it works the same or similar way. Like you just got your stuff, you join them, you put them together, and you're good to go, right? Promise stuff. So then what about async await? Well, there were some simple macros built on top of Carl Lersch's Eventual, and that becomes way easier to deal with. And then thank you, that's my talk. Because basically, here's the coolest part. This entire talk, the source code is the presentation, and the presentation is the source code. Because I was using a thing called Tango by a Rust dev. And what it would basically do is, right, like Felix something or other is the guy that wrote it. You would edit your markdown, and while you're running Tango, it would edit your source code for you. And these two things would be kept in sync. The problem is if you would edit one and then forget to save, you wouldn't update the other, and then you'd run into like a collision of the two because it didn't know which one's the source of truth. So the key was you only edit one file at a time, and you always make sure you save, and then these things are kept in sync, because then if you look at the source code, right, this intro RS file is, yeah, this is like, you know, the markdown. And then the actual, like, well, there's no source code. Sorry. Let's look at this. Setup RS is a better one. We've got our setup source code, which is like our example code. And yeah, dude, fork it. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Oh, hold on. I got to take this. All right, so yeah, I don't know. I missed a call that I definitely should have gotten. I don't know why they called me after their business hours. I hope they leave a message. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call them tomorrow. Oh, and hold on, some work shit. Okay, hold on. Let me listen to this voicemail. Okay, we're good. We're good. It was just confirming my appointment. Basically, I have a mole on my shoulder that has been itchy that is not a good sign, so I want to get that mole removed, and I got another one on my thigh that I don't like. It's not a mole, it's like scar tissue, but somehow it seems like the scar tissue is like growing. So I want to get that shit removed in case as well. I got a history of skin cancer in my family, so I got to be really like particular about any sketchy moles. But anyway, where'd I leave off? Basically, yes. Feel free to fork this. I would say look at Tango itself. It hasn't been touched in ages, but it's a really cool way of doing like literate programming. So literate programming is basically like your source code and your docs are the same thing. And that's what this is doing. So like my test for this operation just runs and we're good to go. And if we look at the markdown file for it, right, we can see that, yeah, that same exact source code just lives as a doc block or as a code block within this as well. So I don't know. It's like really interesting and cool stuff. This was a fun talk I gave 9 years ago. And I'm not saying that makes me an expert with Rust, but it at least gives you some context into the fact that I've been interested in Rust for a long time, and I've seen kind of like the evolution. But honestly, all it would take is a couple weeks of effort, and you're already a more expert Rust developer than I am. Because I'm a dabbler. I just want to build stuff. I'm just a dabbler. I care more about readability and developer experience than I care about absolute performance. Yeah, I think Zig seems really interesting too. I feel like I would still run into the same problems I have with Gleam, where Zig is still just like really early. And I just want to build stuff. I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. And I think Zig, like, you'd still end up reinventing a lot of wheels. I could be wrong on that because I think Zig is definitely further along than Gleam. But yeah, at this point, I think my experience with Gleam is coming to an end, and I just want to build with Elixir instead. Right? Like the fact that Stratus doesn't have up-to-date docs is a huge fucking concern to me. I just want to listen to a web socket. Like, why is this so hard, man? Like, why is this so hard? Let's look at this real quick. We see import status, or stratus, not status. And we still see this same exact snippet. So yeah, like, they're just not keeping their docs up to date with how it actually works, or the extension isn't right. Like, I don't know, there's just something fundamentally wrong where, like, all this stuff is broken because Stratus doesn't expose any of this. In my opinion, this is like, yeah, this is the exact moment to nope out. Yeah, nope. So yeah, sorry, I should update the title. Right? Elixir instead of Gleam because Gleam is still too early. And yeah, like the pure like functional syntax of Gleam doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. You know? Did I try to run it? I didn't. If I can't trust my editor for any of this stuff, I still just don't want to use it Lightspeed. Whether it runs or not, this in my editor is untenable. That's a fucking problem, man. Right? Type safety is all about truth in the editor. If I can't trust my editor, what the fuck does type safety matter? So yeah, I think we're a little too early. I'm gonna have to let Gleam figure this shit out. This is definitely not a me problem. I mean, it could still be like a me problem, like I did something wrong. I get it. Yeah, totally. But all I did was copy and paste their fucking snippets. So if it's a me problem, it's gonna be a lot of other people problem too. And it's just not worth the effort. And yeah, I don't think Gleam even claims 1.0. So, you know, that's fine. It's not 1.0, right? Like, Gleam is still very early. Right? Like, what version is Gleam even at? Gleam OTP is less than 1. Gleam HTTP? Stratus is less than 1. Like, yeah, they just, I don't know. I need more. Because I'm not a library dev. I'm not an ecosystem bootstrapper. I'm a hanger-on. I just want to build stuff. I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm a physicist in theory. And you can reuse that quote if you want. right? I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm theoretically a physicist. Gleam is at version 1.9. I feel like they only did that because they made backwards breaking changes. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's not 1.0 if we run into these issues. It's not 1.0 if the ecosystem isn't mature. So yeah, sorry, Gleam. Like, keep in mind, everyone out there, don't take my naysaying to mean anything. I bet you can make all sorts of shit with Gleam and it's fine. It's just not ready for what I'm trying to do it. Like, what I'm trying to use it for. And that is very fundamentally different from it being ready for other people to use. It's just not ready for me to use. Edit that file and make Gleam 1.0? Are you sure? It's not even a Gleam problem we're running into there, Sith Owl. Like, let me just point out, the errors that we're getting... Well, hold on. What if we don't get those errors because I actually, like, rebooted the... Oh, okay. No, I see. It's fine. It was a fine joke. You know what's the worst part? What if it works? Okay, no, it still doesn't work. All right. I was going to say, like, what if it works after just rebooting the extension host? I would say Gleam isn't 1.0 because editor tooling is broken. Because I got to keep restarting it. Like, worse than TypeScript even. But now it's still not the fix, right? Stratus.WebSocket doesn't exist because there's only Stratus.main. Because the majority of Stratus is written in Erlang. That's fucking weird. So yeah, Gleam is for OCaml fanboys that are willing to put up with a lack of an ecosystem because it's what they're used to anyway. Shots fired on the OCaml community. But I'm not wrong. All right, so now let's switch over to Elixir. Fuck it, why not? Let's see how far we get with that. No, we're not going to do Livewire. Like, yeah, we're not. No. There's going to be just an API that does some stuff. Like, no, Livewire has nothing to do with it. I am fundamentally against my API server rendering templates. Unless you consider rendering JSON a template. Which it kind of is in Elixir, but come on. I am fundamentally against my API server rendering any templates. Never the twain shall meet. Never the twain shall meet. My front end and my back end are fundamentally separate. So yeah, sorry, .0/ like, nah, man. That is a hill I will forever die on. I don't want my back end to be concerned about the front end that renders it. The back end just serves data, and the front end simply renders that data. But those things are completely separated. Wrong thing. And I can understand people disagree with that. That's fine. They're welcome to disagree. I'm a front end dev by trade. Like, that's what I've been paid to do for the majority of my career. The front end should not give a shit what the back end is built in. It's just a REST API. As long as that abstraction is treated like a contract, you can write your back end in whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. So much so that you could write individual endpoints in totally separate languages, microservice-wise. I just don't care. As long as my front end doesn't have to change what it's doing because you honor the contract of the front end to back end thing, then we're good to go. No. Keep in mind, if you want to develop applications that way, go for it, right? So many, like, Ruby on Rails apps have been built into billion-dollar companies using the back-end rendering front-end, like, template semantics. I don't want to do that, though. I want to be able to change out my back-end or my front-end, and neither one is concerned with the other. Because the contract of the OpenAPI specification is honored. That's all I'm getting at. I really value the contract. Right? The expectations that you set forth between the front end and the back end. When I'm so particular about it, can you recognize that I've dealt with back end dev teams that don't treat the specification like a contract? Yes, I've dealt with that too much, and I fucking hate it. Because they'll change something out from under me right before a fucking demo, and then I look like the asshole because the shit doesn't work on the front end because they made the back end break what I was doing. That has happened too many fucking times. And I look like the asshole. Yeah, dude, that's happened way too many times. They push that shit right before a fucking demo meeting. Why? Why? Why would you do that? If I show a server 500 error, it doesn't matter. They're still going to say, like, well, why is your front end broken? Because that's the thing they see. Because stakeholders don't fucking know. Stakeholders don't fucking know. And the back-end team just has tickets they gotta ship. You know? Ooh, so Sergeant Pepper, like, yes, versioning APIs is important, but when you are, like, pre 1.0, the version doesn't matter anyway? Well, we'll solidify it once we hit 1.0. Hint, they never hit 1.0. But that's the mentality. Like, no, we'll totally start versioning once we hit 1.0. Krasner, it's actually based upon endpoints, right? You may have seen APIs where there's like, you know, root domain / v1 / endpoints. The key there is you don't make backwards breaking changes to any v1. If you want to make a backwards breaking change, you make it a v2. So the front end continues to function, and when they want to add new features or deal with backwards breaking changes, they increment. But like, dude, like very few people actually do that. Yeah, you put the version in the URL, but basically nobody does that. And it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I know how to version an API perfectly. I'm a front-end dev. I build back-end stuff on my own time. Hold on, let's double check. Yes, something might be expecting incorrect behavior. Yeah, so I get that, Sergeant Pepper, but like very few teams get to the production version of the API where they can finally say like we're V1. And then yeah, like when they're doing dev, they're going to break stuff. It's like the startup mentality of it. If right, like the teams that I was on that broke my shit right before a demo were better, then yeah, they'd totally like spec things out and get it approved ahead of time, and then the open API spec is a source of truth. Dude, I want to say like 1% of back-end dev teams actually do that. Because I've built out a mock service worker based upon the spec that the team handed me. And then when I went to implement their API, they didn't obey that spec whatsoever. No, didn't happen. Nope, sorry. We just decided to do something else, even though we aligned on a specification ahead of time. Dude, it's a fucking nightmare. Now keep in mind, this is just bad dev teams, but do you not realize that the majority of dev teams, front end and back end, are bad dev teams? That's the most common case in the world. I get it, Sergeant Pepper. I would love to be a front-end dev for your back-end team. That sounds amazing. That sounds like fucking utopia. I wouldn't have wanted to pivot to fucking DevRel if I had a back-end team like that at every job I worked at. I wouldn't be a DevRel if I had back-end teams that actually thought that way. But it's never happened in my entire fucking career. It's never fucking happened. Yeah, dude, like Sergeant Pepper. Are y'all hiring? Is there a senior like front end dev role? I'm kidding. I'm not actually looking because, dude, the job I got right now is so fucking chill. Oh, dude. This is the most laid back I've been in my entire fucking career. DevRel is so good. Oh, DevRel is so good. And I'm still delivering value, and I'm just like chilling, you know? I'm pretty sure a bunch of the people on my team are like, man, he's kind of killing it. Man. There are days where I like really wake up and think like, am I fucking up? Am I like not doing enough? I wish DevRel upon all of you. Because it's just so chill. Oh, it's so goddamn chill. Yeah, I might edit a blog post today. We'll see. You know, like, no, like, I got deliverables. I stay up till midnight editing sometimes. Like, dude, video editing is fucking tough. Like, I just gotta say, like, man, yeah, no, I stress out about the video editing and, like, all sorts of shit. Like, I still stress. It's not the chillest job I've ever had because I've been a snowboard bum. I've worked ski check before. I've worked in rentals on weekday nights. Like, dude, I've had super chill fucking jobs. But man, this one's actually like up there with those. Like, my responsibilities are just, you know, just get some shit done. And I love that. Oh my God, yeah. I'm in the exact right place. All right. But hold on, let me get a new thing going. We're going to scaffold a new project using Elixir instead. Ooh, Downski. Yeah, dude. The Sapabap and the Apex stuff. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have to write it. I don't have to do anything with it. But I do have some people I need to reach out to because they do deal with it. And I need to understand their use cases so we can maybe make like a landing page for it. I'm just slacking super hard on that part. So that's on me. Welcome back, Space Case. What are we doing with Elixir? So we are trying to sip from the fire hose for ATProto blue sky stuff. We gave Gleam the old college try. And when I say the old college try, I mean as little effort as possible. I've been in college before. Yeah, as little effort as possible. Thanks, Space Case. I thought that was a solid tweet, too. You want to know what someone pointed out? Gary Newman is actually older than Gary Oldman. That just blew my mind. What the fuck? All right, so Larobi, you see, so the front end team is very close stakeholder that is involved in the spec design. Yeah. And the best teams I've ever worked on, yes. The front end team is asking for the exact thing they need to make the UI happen. And that's what I did at a company. And then some shit back-end devs decided that they can just change things. Keep in mind, the worst case I've ever had with this, and the case I'm thinking of every single time I mention it, is no, they outsourced the back-end dev to some cheap-ass fucking devs. And I don't mean like every bit of outsourcing is bad, but these devs were bad. Like, these devs fucking sucked. These devs were the worst. Like, dude. I know for a fact that there are good devs everywhere. But any company looking to outsource can't afford them. They're going to hire the fucking bottom of the barrel. So if you work for a US company that is outsourcing any part of their back-end dev stuff, Yeah, you're not going to get good devs doing that. No, that's not how that works. You get the cheapest fucking thing they're willing to pay for. And it's usually really bad. I have definitely worked with good outsourced devs. It's the edge case. It's not the common case. It sucks. Dude, when I was on front end for, and I think it's been long enough I can say it. I did some front end work for CBRE, right? Commercial something real estate. The company I was at hired some back end devs, and one of those back end devs wanted to pass state from one component to another using local storage. But he buried it in a PR he'd been working on for like a month that did too much shit at once, hoping we'd miss how bad that PR was. And I had to be the asshole saying, like, I'm not merging that. No, because I was the lead. It's on me. If I merge some shit code, it's on me. So yeah, no, I told that dude, no, break up the PR and don't you dare fucking use local storage as a source of truth for state. We have services for that. This was an Angular application. Like, come on, man. We've got this. Like, dude, yeah, it's just really bad when you realize, like, that's the same kind of shit that, like, Claude would do. It's the same kind of shit that any LLM would do. LLMs are basically trained on bad dev behavior. The majority of code written is shit code, and LLMs are trained on it. So yeah, let me get more music going. But yeah, some fucking outsourced contractor worked on a thing for a month and then gave us like a multi-thousand line commit. And I had to be the person to say no. It's not a good look. It's really not a good look because you being the person that says no on the thing that someone's been paying for. Yeah, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, you shouldn't have been paying that person. This person doesn't deserve a job. Like, dude, fuck that, man. But I feel bad because, like, they chime into our meetings on our time zone, and it's like midnight for them, and you hear babies crying in the background and shit. Like, oh my God, like, I don't want to be the one that, like, makes this person not have a job, but I also don't want to be the one that has to maintain their shit code. And that shit gets tough. Like, dude, that's like, it's a really brutal thing, but at the end of the day, you got to separate yourself from the people that write the code and simply just look at the code. Like, it's all there is to it. I would love to be able to do that, and I would almost say, like, dude, yeah, if you're doing a PR that's larger than that, like, no, like, there's a problem, but we didn't have any formal declaration of that. And that could be on me because I had a team that didn't do shit like that. But then the moment some shit got outsourced, well, fuck. Yeah, it wasn't a problem. Like, dude, this was a thing where I was a contractor, but I got to go in and work with some people, and I had a team of 4 underneath me. Maybe not all of them were underneath, but we were a team of 5 total. Let me put it that way. I had maybe 2 people that were under me, 3-ish. And then we had like 1 back-end dev that was like, no, they were massively competent. Not my place to help, but could I help? Absolutely, but they never reached out. That was the tough part, right? Like if someone's sitting there working on a thing and you reach out and ask them like, "Hey, do you like you've had this ticket for a month. Can we chat?" And they say, "No, I'm good." That's it. Like, nah, there's nothing else you can do. And the majority of outsourced devs will simply say, nah, they're good. Yeah, exactly. But it's one of those things. It kind of sucks. But, you can only help so much. Oh, that large PR never got merged. Hell no. Fuck no. Hell no. No. Definitely not. We handed off the project to the client. They might have merged it, but it was no longer my problem. Oh, I don't know, Nas. Nah, this was like towards the very end of the project, towards the end of the contract that the company I was working for was doing for the company. They did have a senior exec try and like poach me. I should have taken it. But legally, I would not have been okay. But eventually there was a company where it was legally okay for them to poach me, and I let them do it. That's a different story. That ended up being a mistake. Because when I say the back-end team changed shit out from under me for the demo, that's the team that I actually am talking about there. When I had control, nah, man, we just didn't merge his shit. When I went to this other team, the back-end team changing the entire API out from under me for the front end, that was at the company that I actually went to after the company where I had more control. So yeah, no, that shit sucked. It was a fucking life insurance company with a shit boss who used the phrase, "We're building the plane while we're flying in it." That's a huge red flag. If you ever hear someone say that, you should be looking for another job pretty much immediately. I done fucked up. This was the beginning of COVID. I could have gotten all sorts of jobs. The back end changing out the back end from out underneath me, right? Pulling that rug. The worst I've had to deal with that was actually at Symmetra. Yeah, that plain quote's fucking insane. Yeah, absolutely. The dude who said that quote came from Microsoft on a team that probably never shipped anything. But also, at the company we were at, he burned out the majority of the senior engineers on that team because he was a fucking asshole. And now he doesn't even work there anymore. He's doing some fucking startup, and I've seen him at like startup stuff here in Seattle, and he just doesn't make eye contact, and he's fucking, yeah, nah, he's not gonna chat. Because I think he knows how shitty of a manager he is. Just the worst manager I've ever fucking had. And I've had some bad managers, actually. I've had product managers that let the client walk all over us. They're still not as bad as this shit manager I've had. And that's kind of saying something. Like, that's really, really, really bad. So yeah, Saria, I don't know if you're lurking, but dude, you fucking suck. He's just really bad at his job. I hope he's gotten better. I hope he learned from it. It was the same job where I launched the entire front end solo while streaming the hours I stream. And then all of a sudden, when some new manager kicked in, we had to have a call because I was doing a conflict of interest with stream. Right? With stream and like work. Because they wanted a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. Dude. What the fuck? Because every dev will be in a shit show company. Eventually. Because there are so many shitty companies in the world. There are so many shitty managers. Right? This exact like scenario will play out for all of y'all. I'm trying to like say and talk about this because you should actually understand that and look for those red flags and start finding a better job once you recognize a single one. I make you scared as a new dev? No, don't be scared, right? Young Reyes, like you'll put in some time with a shitty company. And then you'll work at a good company and you'll recognize how good it is and you'll be set. Like, yeah, as a new dev, you gotta put up with this shit. Like, it sucks. It's the worst. But you know what? With a little bit of experience with a bad company, you're actually prepared to work for a better company later on your next job because that company is just a jump to conclusions, Matt. And then all of a sudden, you can work for a good company and realize how good you have it. So really, every single like mediocre company should recognize how much benefit the bad companies give them. Because a mediocre company can fucking sail on like a mediocre salary, but a good dev experience. So yeah, no reads there. Yeah, it's fine there. Space Case, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. I think that is somewhat kind of crazy. There are mediocre companies in the world that reap the benefit of the shitty companies in the world training people up as a jump to conclusions, Matt. Right? Like, you just jump to the next conclusion. If you don't get the reference, the whole like jump to conclusions, Matt thing, that's a joke from fucking Office Space. Getting hit by that truck was the best thing that ever happened to me, as he's in the wheelchair with his neck done up, like, and he's fucking like incapable of doing basically anything. It's the best thing that ever happened to me because he was working at a shit company. Young Reyes, like, that's super cool, man. I would say, though, like, you gotta start looking at other stuff anyway, because the startup will not value you enough. Like, what is your path to a raise and, like, a good salary? Is it actually a good salary? Those are things only you can answer, and you don't have to answer them here. But I'm just pointing out, like, when people hire interns, they recognize that they are cheap. Oh, no. Exits are, no. You never bank on an exit. No. Hold on. No. Startups are basically worthless. Your equity in any random startup is 90% worthless. 10% of startups actually have value post-acquisition in some way towards any dev with equity. Never, ever let someone talk you into, well, we'll give you X amount of equity. No, that equity is basically zero. In only like the smallest percentage of cases is that equity actually valuable. Do not let anyone talk you down based upon equity. You're an intern still, so you're still cheap. But your next thing, do not let them talk you down based upon equity. That equity is worthless because in the vast majority of cases, the investors have protected stock and you have general stock. The protected stock means they get paid out first based upon whatever contract negotiation they've done. It might be 2x. It might be 10x. It doesn't matter because whatever they get, and then you get the scraps. That shit ain't worth it. Yeah, dilution is a thing, but also just remember, like, protected stock, protected equity is a thing. When someone invests into a startup, they can actually have protected equity, meaning they get at least what they invested and then their percentage on top. And then you, as a dev, with your whatever equity they give you, is then taking from the scraps that the protected equity got. The majority of equity is not protected. I know. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer, man. Yeah, dude. Protected equity is like a poison pill. VCs get paid before you get paid, basically. If your company doesn't sell for enough for the VCs to get what they need, you get zero. I mean, young Reyes, you should be applying elsewhere anyway. You should be applying to fucking Fang. You should be applying to everything. An application and then an interview only costs you that time. And then you might be able to like triple your salary. Why wouldn't you do that? Do you not like money? It costs you nothing to take a day off. Because I bet the company you work at has unlimited days off, right? Unlimited days off, right? Even if they only give you 10, are you taking those 10? You can just take a sick day. Oh, I'm just not feeling well because I had to study all night for some fucking leak code bullshit. And then you do your interview. Like, fuck it. Whatever. Come on, man. You're just not feeling well because you had to stay up all night studying some leak code. You don't have to tell them that. It's just a sick day. If they don't have unlimited days off, well, then you got your sick days and you just take from one of those. Fuck it. Come on. Come on, young Reyes. You're better than that. You know this, right? Come on. You're better than that. If you like the company you're at, you take PTO just to like play a game you like. Fuck it. That's fine too. But dude, like, yeah, you can take PTO to get a better job. They don't need to know why. They can't actually legally ask why. You're just not feeling well that day. Boom, that's a PTO day. They are not legally legally able to ask more. You know that, right? I'm just not feeling well. That is the only answer they need. If they press further, I don't know, man. You shouldn't even need a doctor's appointment. Sick days are simply, I feel sick. You shouldn't need a doctor's appointment for a sick day. If you're at a company like that, you should get out of there immediately. You're not feeling well, you need a fucking doctor's note? That's a shit fucking job. That is a shit job. Dude, I know people that work at fucking Target that don't have to do that shit. Just say you had explosive diarrhea. Boom. Right? No questions asked. Right? There you go. That's a move. Right? You just need the confidence to say so with the straight face. Right? Hopefully you don't even have to hop on like voice call with like camera and like, nah, man. I shit my pants because I ate some fucking like rice from a Taco Del Mar. I mean, hold on. I get it, Miss Reboot. We don't want to throw that out there as like a bullshit thing. So like, you're not wrong. Like, I get it. Could you phrase it just any other way? And your comment would have been totally fine. We just don't want to we don't want to be too hyperbolic. We want to use that term when it matters. We will use those terms, absolutely. Right? So, Mr. Reboot, like, just keep in mind, you're totally okay. You're not banned, nothing. We just want to use those terms at the right moment. Because if we misuse them, they lose their value, you know? I do think you're, like, on to the right point there. I just want to say, like, we can hold back a little bit. Bad guacamole and couldn't stop shitting. Sure. Yeah. Nah, I get it, man. I've eaten at a fucking Taco Del Mar. And that was the biggest mistake of my life. Like, dude, oh my god. Yeah, Taco Del Mar. Right there, like, near, like, Pike Place. Dude, that Taco Del Mar gave me the worst fucking diarrhea I've ever had. So yeah, Mr. Reboot. Again, please, you're welcome to chat. My deleting of that comment, not a problem. Don't feel bad about it. Like, we want to use those terms when it matters, like when we're referring to Elon Musk. Right? Joke landed. Yeah, Hokage gets it. Damn right. All right, so let's scaffold some fucking elixir stuff. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I apologize for misleading people. I think Gleam just isn't for me yet. Dylan Mulroy would call me soft, and I'm okay with it. I'm fine. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Phoenix Framework. Let's do this part. Oh, Phoenix is really good. I've built other projects. Like, dude, when you do an emote like that and you see it that way, no, that's Elixir doing that. You know that, right? Like, I do the smiley face, like the Twitch bullshit smiley face, and it gets replaced with my smiling face. No, like, Elixir is doing that. You know that, right? Yeah. Stream Parrot is an Elixir backed back end. For sure, 100%. Like, dude, I did that 3+ years ago. More than that, like 4? 5? I think 4+. 4+ is like the thing we can do. Right? It's beautiful. Look at that face. Oh my god. Yeah, I just gave you some nightmares. That's okay. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. Fuck it. But yeah, just saying. Yeah, Stream Parrot. Super good, man. Alrighty, so I'm back. Oh, man. Yeah. All right. So, BRB. Who else here? Yeah, you're saying my smiling face is beautiful? Well, hold on. Come on, like, you know, take it easy. I got admirers. Very few. But we don't need another. I'm just kidding. I'll take all I can get. Wow, that is maybe the longest fucking name I've ever seen here on Twitch. Armand. That is the longest name I've ever seen here on Twitch. Like, whoa. Araman, Digital Monster. Like, no, yes, I don't know, man. Araman Galarem Pulajano. What did I just say? Like, I didn't mean to say anything there. I was just reading someone's name. Did I fuck up? Did I just swear in some language I don't understand? The name without the zero was taken. Yeah, that's even, like, that's kind of insane. I thought a raid started at zero. Damn, Lightspeed. That's a good joke. Touche. But no, this is a Lua chat. Yeah, Lua disagrees with you. Oh, CMG shiny. Look at how fucking, like, chrome that forehead is. Oh, it's bad. Like, it's way worse these days, too. Dude, this forehead is like a 5 head, maybe even a 6 head at this point. We might even be at like 7 head point. I'm just saying. Lua in Norwegian is hat. Like this one. Am I wearing a Lua right now? Interesting. I mean, way too long name. It's hard to believe you because I think you might be trolling, but I just don't know because I can't pronounce your name. But Axstorm, at the bare minimum, yeah, they're saying I also am wearing a Lua at the moment. All right. I'll take it. No, I'm sorry, like, too long name. Thank you. Woo! 3 more and we're good to go. Right? I forget how many is it? How many sneezes? Someone knows the meme. How many sneezes does it take to equal an orgasm? We're getting there. Is it 7? I think it's 7. I think it's too many sneezes. Yeah. Dude, I couldn't, like, 7 sneezes and my nose would be blown out. Like, look at the size of this honker. Like, 7 sneezes and my entire face is gone. Yeah, for sure. Come on. 69 sneezes. There you go. Larobi not lying to us. Okay, I get it. If you anticipate the sneeze too much, it doesn't happen. Ugh. All right, so we're good. We're good. If you're unaware, this is Dom Palambi's game night. He is just so fucking cool. I haven't had a chance to actually hang out with him and drink some whiskey at TwitchCon. I hope to make it happen next TwitchCon. I do have to say, I'm sorry, I don't understand the comment, so I gotta delete it. Right? It's like you're speaking a language I don't understand. So yeah, I'm sorry there. Name too long. That's your name officially because I can't say the rest. I have no idea. Araman, I could say, but like I think name too long is actually more appropriate. But yeah, name too long. Like, could you be cooler? The bottle description. What? Like the. Do they mean literally the Buffalo Trace? Like, was their name like Trace of Buffalo? Well, cool, man. Trace of Buffalo. I get it. All right. We can trace the buffalo together, man, but, like, you know, just keep in mind, like, I need a little bit of, like, leeway. Like, let me know you're gonna say some of that shit. It is a 750 ml bottle. Yeah, no, it's not like the 1 liter or like the 1.5 liter. I only have a Pendleton 1.5, or I tend to do some other stuff. Is my production better while I'm drunk? I mean, take it easy there, young Reyes. Do you think I'm drunk right now? I do drink. Do you think this is me being drunk? Oh, you sweet summer child. You haven't even seen me drunk. We're just hanging out, man. Just be cool. I mean, I do what I do. Yeah, no, this shit's no good, right? The ATProto Gleam, like, no, that's over. But we do stuff. Drunk is maybe the worst way to phrase it, though. Oh, it's Drama Sans. Like, oh, young Reyes. Like, oh, you sweet summer child. It's even better. Oh, you sweet summer child. All right, so I actually want to do the mix phoenix.new. I mean, obviously your lead dev doesn't have a sense of humor and also concentrates on the wrong shit. So you should probably be looking for a better job anyway. But that's up to you. All right, so hold on. We're going to do some installation stuff. Oh, you should definitely rock this font. You're trying, but the market for junior devs is slowly dying. I mean, if someone judges you for the font that you have, you don't want to work there. I get it. I know beggars can't be choosers, but holy shit, man. Like, come on. All right, so we got that. All right, we're good there for Elixir. All right. Version manager, we don't need that shit. It'd be like trying to develop a version manager for Go. I'm kidding, by the way. No, if you need a version manager for Go, you should definitely check out this thing Melky made. And I know he's probably not stoked on me in general as a person, but dude, Go VM, I think it's actually really fucking cool. Go VM. We can allow the comment there, Young Reyes. Sure. No, if you want to like mess with Go and you need to like revert back to other versions or whatever, dude, like, yeah, nah, Melky nailed it with this. There's other stuff too. What's the difference between this and some other like version manager? Well, he has a nice TUI. And he's open and totally fine if you don't want to use it. I would have been much more of a jerk about like, well, why should I use this over some other thing? Well, fuck you. But you know what? Nah, like Melky deserves it. He's a good dude. He might not like me at the moment, and that's fine. I get it. I was just honest. I was honest in a way that was not directly towards him. Prior to like some of the shit I have said that did seem directly towards him. Instead, I hope he understands where I push back. But I still think he's a good dude. He doesn't have to like me. He can hate me. It's fine. I think Melky makes some cool shit. I just push back when it comes to posing in front of a fucking camera. Because if you don't know me, I am the fucking anti-pop. Run against the grain till the day I drop. I'm using a Primus album and song for that point I'm trying to make right now. But also, yeah, like, come on, you know? I don't give a shit who's fit and who's not. Just write some good code. That's more important. I mute anybody that poses in front of the fucking camera on their Twitter or Blue Sky thread. Either one. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what platform they want to be shallow on. I don't like the shallow. This doesn't mean I don't like the people being shallow. I just don't like their actions that are shallow. And there's a very finite difference between the two. I can like people that are shallow. I think Melky is awesome. I think he's a cool dude. I just don't have to like his actions. I don't have to like his fucking thirst tweets. Same thing with Prime. I fucking like Prime. He's such a cool dude. I don't have to like when he says you need a fucking resting heart rate under 60. I think he's fundamentally wrong on that. But I don't want to argue with him about it. A heart rate under 60 for a lot of people is actually unhealthy. Unless you're a fucking athlete, a heart rate under 60 is a problem. And not everyone has the time to be a fucking athlete. We can disagree with people, while recognizing that I like these people. I like Prime. I like Melky. I like all these guys. Like, I would happily have a beer or no beer and just hang out with them. I don't mind. It's fine. It's totally okay. But dude, the moment they try and be like a fucking health influencer, I push back on that shit. Like, dude, you shouldn't listen to a single health influencer other than your fucking doctor. And these guys are not your fucking doctors. All right? I like them as people. I don't like them as influencers because fuck influencers. Right? In general. Second longest name chiming in. Yeah, damn right. I'm just saying, like, dude. Health influencers are a fucking problem. Like, in general. Like, don't listen to them. Like, dude. Fucking the raw meat guy, like, fucking steroid asshole. You guys know who I'm talking about. Like the raw meat guy. Like, dude, fuck that dude. Don't listen to him. Yeah, he's just trying to give you fucking, like, heart problems at this point. Nah, dude, don't listen to him. In general, health influencers fucking suck. There are some that are good, but dude. I get it, Young Reyes, but like, come on, man. Just recognize the commonality of health influencers are simply the fact that you shouldn't listen to them. They're the fucking worst. There are some you could listen to. The majority you should ignore. So at that point, like, who's going to tell you who to listen to and who not to listen to? That's not my job. I'm just going to say, like, dude, don't trust any of those assholes. And you're probably going to be better off. I can just say ignore 90%. And I'm right at that point. Like, dude, just fuck the health influencer assholes. Like, dude. Yeah, the majority of health influencers are the fucking worst. They're charlatans. They don't even believe or do what they say. Like, they just want to sell you some bullshit. Right? Like, the dude that's trying to live forever. That fucking asshole. Do you think he's to be trusted, or do you think he's just trying to sell you some fucking supplements? Right? You know who I'm talking about. That fucking asshole. Dude, don't listen to him. Don't listen to fucking him. Ugh. Ugh. You know who I'm talking about. Right? Like, the health influencer asshole. The guy that, like, used fucking blood plasma from his own fucking kid, and it didn't even do anything, but, well, whatever. He's got some supplements to sell you. Dude, don't listen to that dude. Listen to almost anyone but that dude. You know? Like, fuck that asshole. Ugh. The guy trying to live forever? Fuck that dude. But also ignore fucking Meat Sweat guy. Ignore Meat Sweat guy. What's like the raw meat guy? Ignore him too. Just ignore Meat Sweat guy, and like they're at like the opposite ends of the spectrum. Ignore Meat Sweat guy and ignore fucking absorb the fucking blood plasma from your children guy. If you meet somewhere in the middle, you're probably way better off. Like, ignore both of those assholes and just live healthy. The guy that eats super moldy food. I have not seen that. Oh my God. Ignore that guy too. Holy shit, dude. Ignore that guy too. Please, please, ignore all these fucking assholes. Any fucking health influencer, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Please don't do it. They got something they want to sell you every single fucking time. Just don't do it. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just trying to tell you what not to do. Just ignore those fucking assholes, okay? Ignore the mold guy. Ignore the fucking protein guy. Ignore the fucking meat-only guy. Ignore the fucking absorb the fucking nutrients from his children guy. Right? Like, dude, ignore all of them and just live a fucking life. You know? Ignore the people that you need a heart rate under 60. No, that's actually wrong. A heart rate under 60, if you're not a fucking major athlete, is a problem. Let me just point out, I've heard Prime say that, and dude, I push back 1,000%. You need a heart rate under 60. Prime has said that, and he's just totally fucking wrong. Don't listen to Prime about health. He's not some fucking health influencer. Prime's a great dude. He's really awesome. I like him as a person, but do not listen to Prime for health shit. Listen to your fucking doctor. Do not listen to the Primeagen about health. He's not a fucking doctor. Just don't do it. Please don't do it. I'm sorry, like, I like Prime. I consider Prime a friend, but do not listen to him for health advice. Do not listen to the Primeagen for health advice. That's all I have to say. I'm talking about a bunch of people, but I know for a fact I'm talking about the Primeagen saying your heart rate needs to be under 60. Fuck that. No, that is wrong. That is, like, so fundamentally wrong. Like, dude, if you're an athlete, maybe. If you're sitting here watching this stream, you're not a fucking athlete, okay? It's like the fucking joke, right? The canceled fucking comedian used to make. Like, yeah, I went into my doctor and I was like, yeah, I fucked up my ankle, you know, and yeah, like, what can I do? And they're like, well, you'll just take, like, you know, 8 ibuprofen per day. Well, okay, so when do I stop doing that? No, that's just what you do now. Well, hold on. If I was an athlete, you would propose all sorts of stuff, and the doctor chimes in like, no. Whatever you're going to say, you're not a fucking athlete. Whatever you're going to say after that, nah, you're not an athlete. Deal with it. You need 5 ibuprofen a day. Just deal with it. Fuck it. A normal resting heart rate for an adult rests between 60 and 100, when realistically, it's actually between 80 and 110. But Prime literally said this shit on his stream last time I listened to his stream, and that was the last time I listened to it. That was like a month ago. Because he was advocating for people being sub 60. What the fuck, dude? Like, he should not be giving health advice like that, especially when it's so fucking wrong. Like, dude, that is so fucking wrong. Prime should not be giving health advice like that. He's a programmer. Do not listen to programmers for health advice. Ignore me too. Ask your fucking doctor. Do not look to programmers for health advice. Like, I feel like it's insane that I have to say this out loud. But there are people that would treat Prime as a source of truth for this shit, and he's just fucking wrong. Do not listen to the Primogen for health advice. It's insane to me that I have to say this out loud. If your heart rate drops under 60 and you're a normal human being and not a fucking athlete, you might be dying. Dude, like, holy shit, dude. But Primogen literally said that last time I listened to his stream. You should have a heart rate under 60. Fuck you. No, you're wrong. He is fundamentally wrong in that statement. Do not listen to Prime for health advice. Do not listen to me for health advice. Listen to your fucking doctor. It's that simple. It's just that fucking simple. Do not listen to a fucking programming influencer for health advice. Don't fucking do it. Talk to your fucking doctor. This shouldn't even be a contentious statement I'm making. Prime shouldn't be bummed that I'm telling people to listen to their fucking doctors. Was he joking? No, he was not fucking joking, dude. I'm sorry, like, and that's the worst part of Prime. Like, how do you know when he's serious and not? When he's giving you health advice, he's not joking. He was not joking. He might hide behind it. I doubt it. Like, dude, do not listen to programming streamers for health advice. Talk to your fucking doctor. Ignore me too. Talk to your fucking doctor. He was not joking. I'm sorry, Umbriel. He was not joking. He was not joking. There are people in the world that don't have the barometer to know when he's joking or not. When he tells people they need a heart rate under 60, there are people that will take him at his word. Like, just categorically. Whether he's kidding or not, it doesn't matter, because people will take him as truthful. He might push back and say he was kidding. He wasn't fucking kidding. Come on, man. Come on, man. He was not fucking kidding. He was just fucking wrong, and he might backtrack on saying he was kidding, but he was just fucking wrong. I actually respect him enough to know that he's just fucking wrong. Nah, I just gotta push back, man. Do not listen to any fucking streamer about your health advice. You wouldn't listen to your doctor about coding advice. Why would you listen to your fucking coding streamer for health advice? Yeah, man, like, dude. Damn right, Umbriel. So yeah, like, that's all I can say. I consider Prime a friend. I really like Prime. He's a good dude. But do not listen to him for health advice. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Talk to your fucking doctor. I can't believe this is a controversial statement to make. But it is. For some reason. Because he gets thousands of viewers and I only get 60. How dare I speak out against someone that gets 2,000 fucking views? Here's the thing. If I challenge Prime on these statements, he would acquiesce. Like, this isn't even a programming thing. Like, dude, Prime, are you a fucking doctor? Should you be telling people what their heart rate should be? Are you willing to take that fucking liability in your hands? And he would acquiesce real quick. No, you should actually just talk to your doctor. I know Prime. He doesn't want that liability on his hands. He should actually stop making statements like that. Is he willing to own up to that liability? Fuck no. Hell no. There's no way in hell. Nah, man. Talk to your fucking doctor, not some streamer. He shouldn't be giving health advice. That's the baseline. Should you want to be healthier? Absolutely. And he didn't say that. He should not be telling you how to be healthier because he's not a fucking doctor. It's so fucking simple. It's actually so goddamn simple. Sylvania, I think you're trolling at this point, and I just kind of want to ignore you, kind of like I've been doing so, because your comments have been kind of shitty. Do whatever you want, but we're about to mute you, because it feels like you're trolling. Oh, it is, but you're exemplifying the fact that I called you out for trolling, and you actually are still trolling. So, fuck off. Goodbye, later, troll. You know Prime would ban you too, so yeah, I feel like I'm in a good place. Prime's mods would have banned you at least. Bare minimum. So yeah, fuck off, Sylvania. No, it's fine on Breel. Just keep in mind, Prime is awesome. He's a great dude. I don't think you should listen to him for health advice, because he's not a fucking doctor. If you want to listen to Prime about code quality and writing the various languages that he is an expert on, then cool, go for it. In the same way I would push back on his experience with Kotlin, I would also push back on his experience with health advice too. He's not a Kotlin expert. He's not a health expert. His name is not the Healthogen. Exactly. His name is not the Kotlinogen. His name is not the Javaogen. Could he learn some of that shit really well? Absolutely. For him to learn the Healthogen, well, yeah, he'd have to actually go to fucking medical school. And he'd have to put his fucking license on the line with any advice he gives. Is he going to do that? Hell no. So don't trust his advice for that shit. It's actually that simple. It's actually really simple. He doesn't have a license to risk, so don't listen to anything he says that would require a license to say. And keep in mind, like, why listen to me? Well, I'm not giving you specific advice. I'm saying just people not to listen to. It's very different. Okay? Talk to your fucking doctor. I got a mole that's itchy. Should I ask the Prime about it? Fuck no, I should talk to a fucking dermatologist. Which I'm doing on Wednesday. I just think too many people out there treat online personas as if they know fucking everything. They don't. I hope it goes well too. I'm going to get this shit removed whether it's good or not. I don't give a shit. Remove the mole, remove this other mole, and yeah, like, dude, I got skin cancer in my family. Like, history. I need to remove every single fucking mole I can. Absolutely. Like, dude, no, this shit's gone. I don't give a shit. These ones, I've had this one and this one for ages. They're probably not a problem. Any new mole, that shit's a problem. And can I just get it removed? Well, yeah, I got 2 days till then. I should have shopped around and had one that I could do tomorrow. One that I could have done today. You know what? Because, yeah, an itchy mole is a bad mole. What's up, Sakurai? How you doing? You like Prime? You think he's a unique character? Absolutely. Dude, he is so fun to watch. I'm not going to push back on that statement whatsoever. You took his advice and bought a kinesis. Your typing speed increased significantly. All right, well, I do want to push back and say, like, did your typing speed actually matter? I don't think it did. The only thing that matters is, are you feeling pain in your wrists by doing micro adjustments for other shit? By doing, like, other bad shit typing-wise? Well, if you solve that problem, well, then cool, man. Yeah, good job. But with a kinesis, you are still prone to micro adjustments, right? If you're still doing micro adjustments, you didn't solve any problem. You're actually fucking up worse. Because micro adjustments are actually what you fuck up. Ooh, I just want to say, Umbriel, 30-ish versus 100-ish does not fucking matter. Like, we have tools that autocomplete for us. Like, the more technology advances, the less your typing speed matters. I just have to push back on that one. Your typing speed is increasingly less meaningful. You know that, right? Like, dude, typing speed is increasingly less meaningful. The only thing that matters is the effect it has on your everlasting ligaments and tendons. If you think that has improved, I can't argue with that. Hell no. I understand that, Umbriel, but if your goal was typing speed, you're missing the point. There are people with amazing typing speeds that are fucking up their wrists every single moment, regardless of the keyboard they type on, because they have bad habits. If your typing relies upon micro adjustments, you're actually still doing harm. If you're not moving from your elbow and shoulder, you're still doing harm. If you're moving from your wrist, you're fucking up. It doesn't matter what keyboard you have or whatever. If you're doing micro adjustments from the wrist, you're still fucking up. Your shoulder and elbow should be adjusting for all that shit. And at that point, it doesn't matter what keyboard you have. Typing speed equals working speed for devs. I disagree because we have auto-completion in a way that saves us from all that shit. Like, dude, IntelliSense saved us from all of that 20 plus years ago. Now we have LLMs that solve us from that already, and we can just like adjust it just a little bit. Typing speed is increasingly less relevant. You shouldn't be worrying about typing speed. I would consider typing speed the most meaningless metric that some people tend to care about for some reason that just doesn't fucking matter. And Prime is one of those people. He thinks typing speed matters. It doesn't. It really fucking doesn't. It really fucking doesn't. I'm sorry. It's another place where I just disagree with Prime. Let me just point this out, right? I have a major, like, anecdotal evidence, and keep in mind, anecdotal evidence does not matter. My dad is one of those assholes that brags about his typing speed, or at least used to. My mom does the hunt and peck thing. The impact of the code they have both written, my mom has delivered thousands of hours, maybe even years worth of productivity with her hunt and peck bullshit. Whereas my dad, he made hardware. His typing speed didn't fucking matter. My dad built out the 1-800 system, hardware-wise. His typing speed didn't fucking matter. Meanwhile, my mom helped optimize queries for Microsoft from days to hours. And she's a hunt and peck artist. Tap, 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 tap. Bam! Right? Like, she has broken laptops by how much she fucking hits enter after a random thing she did. Da-da-da-da-da. Bam! Right? Her typing speed didn't fucking matter. The value she delivered actually mattered. She wrote or helped write number portability for the 1-800 system. My dad designed the 1-800 system's like hardware system, but his typing speed didn't fucking matter for that. Meanwhile, my mom's typing speed maybe mattered, but probably didn't. She still delivered the software when it mattered. Like, I just gotta point that out, right? Prime would say, well, like, I don't know, like, how could I know better? Because I haven't ever learned how to type fast, so, like, how could I realize the value from it? No, I have this exact anecdotal evidence between my two parents. My dad brags about typing speed, but never needed it. My mom doesn't give a shit about typing speed and has delivered thousands of hours of value while typing like a fucking pleb. She looks at her hands while she types. She fucking does the crossover. She does all that. And she fucking raises her hand real high in the air to hit enter. And she has delivered thousands of hours more value programming-wise than my dad ever did. So I have to push back when Prime says, I don't fucking know because I haven't learned how to type fast. I've got anecdotes, man. If you want to use my anecdotes against me, I can also use anecdotes. It's just that simple. When it comes to delivering value, you don't have to type fast. You just have to type the keys that matter. My mom optimized multi-day queries at Microsoft into hour-long queries, multi-hour-long queries. Right? That's like an entire fucking like scope level, right? There's an entire thing there. And her typing speed did not fucking matter. Because her ability to think about the problem mattered more. And at the end of the day, our ability to think about the problems we need to solve is more important than how fast we can type the bullshit code out. But again, keep in mind, I have a bias, just as Prime has a bias. We all have a bias. I would happily argue this with Prime, and we wouldn't have any, like, winning characteristic because he's using some bullshit metric, and I'm using some bullshit metric. I don't even have, like, a direct relevance to. I just have what people have told me. So, yeah, like, again, if I wanted to argue with Prime about this, he'd have his opinion, I have mine, and we just have to find some middle ground. Yeah, there's a lot to the arguments being made. Yeah, I get it, Sakurai. I get it, Lightspeed. Yeah, for sure, right? Like, a large percent of programming happens before you type a single character. Not always, but you can prove your argument first and then make it better. And that's a thing, too. That is a thing, too. I agree, Sakurai. Yeah. Understanding the code you need to write ahead of time before the code actually gets written has way more value. Sometimes it becomes simple code and, like, it doesn't matter how you write that code. But planning is important. So, Sakurai, I want to push back and say, like, any interview you do that makes you write shit out with pen and paper or pencil and paper, I don't want that job either. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's a shit interview. You don't want to work there. Right? So, there is nuance to your statement, right? And nuance is where we live in general, day to day. That said, I do think what Melky built here, I know, like, hold on. I bullshitted, I chatted. I think what Melky built here with GovM, oh my god. Like, no, GoVM, no, I think this is good. I think Melky's awesome. Even if he doesn't like me anymore, I still like Melky. Even if Melky doesn't like me anymore, I still like Melky. So keep that in mind. He and I maybe had an argument here on stream a while back in which I pushed back on people that pose in front of cameras. And I think he took offense. I get it. My admiration for GoVM doesn't have to deal with any of that. I think he fucking killed it. I think he killed it. He's great. I get it, Sakurai. I don't actually want to do an interview that asks me to like draw anything on a board. Dude, I got a shitty shoulder. My shoulder might even like dislocate while I'm trying to draw some shit. I don't fucking care. Could you just give me an API and could I build it? I bet I could. And during that process, point out how the API is not ideal. Sure. I can do that. But nah, man. I'm just some dude with a shitty shoulder. I will not do whiteboarding. Drawing algorithms on a fucking whiteboard? Even or a chalkboard? Fuck no. No, I don't want to work there. No, thank you. I get it, Sakurai. I just don't want to work there. No, thank you. It's not for me. Am I pigeonholing myself for the jobs I could get? Sure, maybe. I'll still push back. But damn, we are at 8 p.m. All right, so yeah. Homebrew, we installed Elixir. All right, so Phoenix Framework. Let's do the docs for this. How about that? Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. I get it, Sakurai. Yeah, I need to actually get some sleep here soon. What the fuck, man? Like, mix archive install hex Phoenix new. All right. Dude, what the fuck? No, I'm good. I'm good. We don't want to do that. Hex. Learning to create Elixir clusters using Kubernetes. Ooh. I don't have anything there, Ozzy. I think Kubernetes and Elixir are actually at odds with each other, and I don't know the right way to do that. I would point out, if you're trying to use Elixir, Kubernetes is actually the wrong choice. But I don't know. Let me just point out, I just don't know. I'm sorry. I think there are better sources for that info. I just feel like Kubernetes is already trying to solve like the Beam VM problem. Meanwhile, like with Elixir, you already get the Beam VM. So trying to like use a thing that solves the thing is wrong. But I could be wrong. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just don't know. In my opinion, Phoenix and Elixir in general are anti-Kubernetes. So I don't know how to like actually solve that problem. I'm sorry. All I can be is honest with you. But okay, so let's call it... Shit, what was the repo we gave it? ATProto Elixir. Yeah, there we go. And hold on, I just saw, hold on, over on the YouTube, Colton, TOS, speaking of, I need to get a haircut and a trim of my beard. It's getting unruly. Yeah, no. Honestly, wait. This goatee being unruly? I mean, like, what the fuck? All right, so hold on. The way I tried to do that was wrong. Hex Phoenix new. All right, so we fire up the oh my god, the Beam and Phoenix implementation. I bring that over. I think we just close that. Okay. All right, you know what? Yeah. I think we got some gaming to do tomorrow, but I gotta pee. I also have a bunch of like beef I need to like slice and then vacuum seal. Tonight, it's like fuzz stuff. But yeah, like I could vacuum seal some beef and then make some like Philly cheesesteaks. Philly style cheesesteaks. But yeah, not tonight. So yeah, Ozzy, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now my next step is like an elixir move that nah, we're chilling. My biggest point, just don't listen to coding influencers for fucking health tips. Please don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't let Prime tell you what your heart rate should be. He's a great dude. I like Prime, But holy shit. Don't let Prime tell you what your heart rate should be. He's not a fucking doctor. Dude, if he takes offense at my statement pushing back on this bullshit, then we got a problem. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. But that's on him, right? Not here on stream. All right, so good ass song. Yeah, we're chilling. Who do we go raid? I just want to chill. I want to go raid a stream that's fun, that's cool. I have no idea. Who's fucking streaming right now? Shit. Who's fucking streaming right now? We do see Nervix. Oh, wait. Is this the stream that I don't want to say anything about, but, you know? Web dev with React, then Apex, and now they're in Apex. So, you know? Wait. Nervix. Nah, this is a stream we've actually lurked on. Hold on. Is that their main channel? They snowboard, right? All right, nah, you know what? Yeah, no, we're going to raid Nervix. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. Why not? Come on. Let's not be dicks about it. I think they've been here snowboarding wise and chilling. So, yeah, let's say hi. It's like this jerk fucking burps. Nah, we had a good stream. We got our shit. Like, yeah, we're hanging out. I got more I want to do, but yeah, like, we'll just do some Elixir tomorrow. The Gleam thing, yeah, I'm just too early on the Gleam thing. It's too early for me. I think Gleam is fine. We need people like DM Mulroy to actually, like, build some fucking libraries, man. Yeah, you want to be an early adopter? Fucking early adopt. It's not me, man. It's just not me. Like, build some shit. Or stop hyping it. Because, like, dude, Gleam just ain't it without people that actually want to put in the effort. And I'm not one of them. I don't want to put in the effort. I really don't. I can make stuff. I don't have to be the early adopter. So anyway, YouTube later.